firing up the most epic event in NBAA history, the 2021 NBAA Business Aviation Convention and Exhibition. NBAA Base is happening from October 12th through 14th. Join us at the new West Hall at the Las Vegas Convention Center for the first in-person industry event in nearly 2 years. NBAA Base, it's on. Visit nbaa.org/2021 for details and make plans now to attend.
You need a reliable partner
to deliver all your aviation needs.
A partner who can get whatever you need
and wherever you need it.
And negotiate with vendors on your behalf.
To get the best prices possible.
A partner that delivers in optimal time
and cost efficiency.
And ensures you enjoy seamless operation with
24/7 support.
You need UAS.
You need UAS.
You need UAS.
You need UAS.
Contact us for quote.
I think what makes us unique is our first-class customer service. We offer unparalleled, seamless, client-focused service. You may have seen our tagline in various advertisements, putting you at the center of everything we do. That is not just a slogan. That is at the core of our business philosophy.
Built to go the distance. Built to fly.
It's all about being connected. That's why SES and its partners are working together to ensure end users all have the connectivity that they need, whether they be chief executives, high-profile personalities, government officials, as well as pilots and crews. Closing the gap between life on the ground and life above the clouds.
Our mission is to connect the world with fast, reliable internet service wherever you go. We've been providing connectivity solutions for over 30 years. And the same great connectivity you expect at the office is also available at 40,000 feet. What's the secret? Capacity. Capacity matters. It's the backbone of a high-speed network. Think of it like the number of lanes on a highway. Viasat's network is like a smart superhighway with many lanes that automatically adds more when and where traffic demands. Powerful network capacity gives you higher speeds and a better in-flight internet experience. That's why capacity matters. Only Viasat offers the roadmap to the world's highest capacity, unparalleled in-flight internet experience. Demand for data is growing rapidly. Viasat will be there to meet that demand. And the equipment you install today is already forward compatible to take advantage of higher capacity and speeds. Because life and business don't stop at 40,000 feet. Viasat.
trying to set a world record.
It's the fastest time ever to go from one place on the Earth, over both poles and back to the same point on the Earth, all in under 48 hours.
Calling themselves One More Orbit, their goal is to complete the fastest circumnavigation of the Earth via the North and South Poles in a business jet, and they're live streaming the whole thing.
We need to go far and fast. To fly around the Earth is a major undertaking. It's not something you can do by yourself.
What we were achieving was something that has never been achieved before.
The real challenge is making sure the refuels work very, very quickly.
The pit stops.
You could lose a huge amount of time if your refuel was too slow. There are no divert airfields in Antarctica in the midwinter.
Is this mission so important to me that I am happy to risk my life?
1 hour! 1 hour to take off!
And I'm such a tech nerd that yes. Yes, it is.
One of the problems with being an astronaut is that your bucket list gets too long, and there are so many beautiful places on the planet that you want to see.
This is a beautiful business jet, except normally you don't live in an airplane.
Do you remember when we got ice cream on board ISS?
Yes! We chose the Kennedy Space Center as the location for our launch, where Apollo left from 50 years ago.
I didn't even know satellites could do this.
I figured you must have some engineer and some really good technical people even to make the Wi-Fi work.
One More Orbit, Gulfstream G650ER is not going to slow down for anybody. Okay, so this is going to be press him up.
Yanka and Magdalena are probably the only two living females on the planet that have circumnavigated the poles.
Welcome back to Corporate Jet Investor 2021. We hope you've enjoyed the first 5 hours. We started at 5 p.m. in Sydney, and now we've only got another 9 hours to go. We're delighted to welcome everyone, all our speakers, our sponsors, thousands of people watching this live. It's very exciting. We're now going to go to Europe. We've been around Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, and I'm delighted to hand over to Michael Nelson at Clyde & Co. Michael's actually in Dubai, but spent a long time in the UK doing European law and still very active in this as an asset finance lawyer. So, Michael, over to you.
Hi, Al. Thanks very much. Hello, everyone. What better person to moderate a European flying panel than a man who's been sat in Dubai for the last year and a half? Just to introduce the panel. So first we have Rob Baltus, Chief Operations Officer at EBAA. We have Justin Bowman, Group Chief Executive Officer at Air Charter Service, and Robert Fisch, Managing Director at Luxaviation Group in Luxembourg. So we have a great cross-section here of the industry, a wealth of experience. We've got an industry representative. We've got a charter expert, if he appears from that black screen, and we have an operator. So to kick off, gentlemen, leaving 2020 aside, comparing 2021 against 2019, what are the current levels of business aviation traffic in Europe? What do we anticipate going into the summer months now? Are we looking at a crazy summer of charter in Europe? Rob, do you want to kick us off with your thoughts?
Well, I think it's interesting. I think everybody is ready to travel. We see as soon as there are people able to travel, that traffic takes off tremendously. Last summer, in August, we saw a huge peak within European travel. And if you look at all the signals in Europe, I think they're all going in the right direction. If we look what's already happening in the US, who's a few months ahead of us, I think that's where we want to be. So cautiously optimistic and really look forward to a good recovery and hopefully better than before.
Great. And Justin, in terms of charter levels, then what are you seeing compared to 2019? What's the demand like?
In Q1, it was definitely quite much lower than 2019. We were seeing numbers that were roughly about a quarter down on the 2019 levels. But then once we hit Q2, things seemed to accelerate very quickly. And I would say now across the business, we're looking at demand being about 23-24% up versus 2019 levels. And it looks like that number is accelerating. It's not slowing down.
Rob, is it a similar experience for you with Lux? Robert, sorry.
Yes, I can absolutely relate to what Justin and Rob said. So we have the first quarter, the first part of the year was maybe a little bit slower. Nevertheless, it was matching basically the 2019 numbers. The 2020, of course, we are not going to talk about that year, but 2021 looks rather promising. Now, the latest numbers from April and May, they're really good. June is definitely confirming those numbers. So definitely looking to a very good and very optimistic summer for this year.
Okay, brilliant. So, I mean, if we have, I mean, just in there, I think you were saying sort of 23% up. So that's a real boom in demand, if you like, compared to 2019. What is the ability like to sort of convert that demand? Is there the opportunity for operators and charter brokers to do that? Are the aircraft available? Are the restrictions in place causing problems? Do you think we could be doing better with the demand if we didn't have restrictions in place or there was more clarity?
Well,
so,
Mike,
perhaps Robert, I'll
Mike, if you can start with that. The numbers for the charter here in Europe are definitely up. Luxaviation being in position globally, we have, of course, other regions who are not yet up. I say not yet because I think I'm an eternal optimist. If we look at our colleagues in South Africa or in Australia, the continents are still having an issue with the possibility to move freely around. So they are still confined. As long as the borders are closed, and the more confinement we have, of course, the less freedom we have to fly. Those numbers are also reflected in the long-range charter and ultra-long-range charter, which is a fraction of what it was in 2019. So those numbers are definitely, let's say, there's room for improvement, if I may say so, for the short-range charter within Europe. I think we start to have short passes on the availability. So on some of the weekends, we had now just before Easter, the first issue where we did not have capacity. And I expect that this is going to go on through the summer.
I caught your question. And then I cut off, unfortunately. But so forgive me if I'm going to repeat what a lot of Robert said. There's no question that there's still capacity in the market to be able to handle this uptick in demand, but things are starting to become, on certain days of the week, a little bit challenging to get the right airplane to meet customers' demands. Of course, it really depends on how this sea change continues, if we're going to see just an increase in demand through 2021, or if that, as we expect it to continue beyond into 2022 and beyond. And there's no doubt that there's room for more airplanes to join the market and to be kept quite busy on the charter market.
So just so when you mentioned there, sort of it's difficult to get hold of particular sort of aircraft. What are the most popular aircraft in Europe being chartered at the moment? What can't you get hold of?
Well, we have a range that is starting with the turboprop, and we set up during the last year. We set up a new venture that's called the Flyer, which is based on King Air 250s, and which proved to be extremely popular. Now, maybe also to return just on the charter levels, where we're experiencing basically the same growth as Justin mentioned, where we are at plus 24%, we need also to look why we have this growth. And there we have a lot of new customers. Those new customers are more attracted to the smaller airplanes, let's say in the turboprop or in the Mustang on the Citation jets, and that's where we see the most growth. So everything which is, of course, long range and ultra long range is not really adapted to do in a European charter. Nevertheless, we see some wide body charter within Europe, but it's negligible compared to the smaller airplanes. I mean, we go up to super mid-size, like a Challenger 350 or Falcon 2000 series, which are very popular at the moment.
And if I can add on to it, I think the most important thing is that some of the intercontinental markets need to open up. As Robert rightly says, it's on the bigger airplanes, we see statistically that they're used less. So the reason for optimism is that we are getting new customers on the bottom side. Now we need to make sure they stay in, and they generally migrate through time to larger aircraft. And when they tell you what we do, you'll see a progression, and they tend to stay on board. One of the most important things is the North American market. So if we see the first discussions going on there, if that market opens up and the large cabin, ultra long range, and the larger aircraft, hopefully those numbers come back up as well.
Thanks, Rob. I mean, that's an interesting point on the new customers that you're talking about, and it'd be good to explore, who the new customers are. Are they more of the same people? Have we got different types of customers? Are they coming from different countries? What sort of new customers have we got coming in? It'd be great to hear the thoughts of you all on that. Justin, if you're steady, maybe you can kick us off.
He's so steady, he's frozen.
I'm not sure you can hear us. So, Robert, I'll hand to you.
Yes. So regarding the new customers, those are basically the people who used to fly. I mean, for a vast majority, people who used to fly in business class within Europe. Now, with the demise of our colleagues from the airliner, we were more than happy to pick up their bread and butter. I think that's very clear. And now we want also to keep it. So this is where we're going to have a huge challenge. We need to make sure that our industry is ready to keep those people. What you have probably seen now in the last 18 months, and there's a point that is extremely crucial here, is that people are talking a lot about return to normal operations, which is actually not really applicable to us because we continued normal operation. We just had a slowdown, but we continued. But what happened in the last 18 months, and I think that is what attracted a lot of new customers, is that before 2019, we were seen as the private jet industry. And if you hear now, even in the media, they are calling us now the business aviation industry. I mean, it might be just semantics, but it's a huge step forward because now before we were more a fashion accessory, and now we are a business tool. And that is a huge difference. And this is something that needs to gain momentum. And that's why I'm very happy that also Rob here is here, because EBAA is lobbying quite a lot for it. And we have some good results. And we need to continue this push forward because we need to keep those customers within our aviation. I'm sure that our colleagues of the airlines will do whatever they can to take them away from us. But I'm pretty confident that once you have tasted business aviation, it's very difficult to get back to the normal terminal. I hope so, at least.
Yeah, if I can add to that, what Robert is saying is that the interesting fact is that only a few % of the people who can afford business aviation were using it. Now, the main reasons why people are using this is safety, security, flexibility, and connectivity. Now, if you think about in a pandemic, what are those things? Well, you want to get to certain places, and you need some flexibility in there. That goes without saying, but you want it to be safe and secure. And I think you see within that group of people and companies that people are starting to appreciate, hey, look, there's another means of travel. It's safe. We can get people to the places they want to be. The biggest challenge, and Robert already alluded to it, is now we need to make sure they stay on board because the airlines will come back. They will do their best. Obviously, we've been doing our best as an industry, and let's make sure we can keep them in here and make sure they progress to other aircraft.
But how do we do that, Rob? Do you think? I mean, How do we keep those new customers? What's the key thing to do? Is it a marketing thing, like Robert alluded to, that we're business aviation, we're a business tool, or is there more to it? How do we stop this being a sort of one-off bumper year?
I would think make sure we meet people's expectations, which means we need to set expectations, and as operators and the wider industry, FBOs, etc., we need to make sure we meet the criteria. I think if people know what to expect, and preferably make the process as smooth as possible. Now, because we are always a bit shy about what we do, we try to be under the radar, etc. But people need to know it is an option. We're here. We're waiting for you. Give us a call. We'll get you a flight, and off you go. If we can make things a bit easier and a bit, I wouldn't call it a commodity, but more easy access, that would be great.
Okay. And where we're looking to capitalize on this issue with the commercial aviation industry, and business aviation is looking to grow and sort of keep those customers long term. You mentioned, Rob, the US earlier, and being ahead of the curve. What do we need to learn from the US in Europe to make sure that we keep that growth?
Well, I think in the US it's socially accepted. So that's, to Robert's point, people appreciate it. It's an excellent tool to have in the toolbox when you travel. So it's socially accepted. It is a bit more commoditized, and I think that really helps. I think if we can have something similar in Europe, and that's something that will definitely help our industry.
Robert, what are your thoughts on that? What do you see that we need to do? What can we learn from the US or other jurisdictions? And what are your thoughts on how we treat these customers?
Let's compare us with our biggest competitor soon, which is going to be the airlines. If you book your ticket, you take your phone, and then you book it via an app. How many companies have the availability to book a flight on a business tool via an app? Very few. We still are, while our product is extremely flexible and efficient and is really responding to the needs of the market, what is surrounding it, we have some serious catch-up to do, and that's putting it nicely. In some of our entities, and I'm talking for our own group, we're still sending out via email a contract that needs to be signed, scanned, and then sent back, because that's the way that we need to work on contractual law in some of the countries. And that's where we have a lot of catch-up to do. We need to get to 2021. We're still 10 years behind on everything which is surrounding the flight. Once the person finds the possibility to get behind that entry barrier that we have artificially created, then they suddenly discover a world that is extremely flexible, very pragmatic, and that is really answering to their needs. But to get in, I mean, good luck. If you want to try, if you have never booked a flight before, you're gonna try Google or whatever makes you happy to find a flight. You are lost. It's just not possible. So luckily, if you have someone that has used business aviation before, and then they will give you the right phone number, they will give you an email address or something, and then it's going to work. But if it's somebody who wakes up this morning and says, hey, I have a huge problem on a plant on the other side of Europe, I need to go now, it is just extremely difficult to find the way on how to even get to booking a flight. Another thought. How many times does our industry advertise pricing? I think that's the best kept secret, isn't it? It's very difficult to find out the price.
I've never looked.
Yeah, but that's also a part of the education that we should do to new entrants, to understand why is there a change in pricing? Why is it on Friday afternoon at 6 o'clock double or triple the amount of a flight if you would catch the same flight in the middle of the week. And there we need also to explain people why this is happening, and else they will suddenly stop using our services simply because they say, well, on Monday morning it costed so much, now on Friday it's going to cost me 3 times. I do not understand. Are they trying now to take all my money out of my pockets? Well, basically, part of it is true. Yes, we are trying to maximize our profit. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a business, but it is a long-term business. We are not trying to have just one flight on customer. We are trying to offer a service that is on the long term, that is on the long run. And for that, we need to reinvent the way that we approach customers.
If I can cut in here, sorry, clearly we haven't been paying the internet bill properly, but I think it's very important to retain these new entrant customers. It's to continue to ensure that we offer the flexibility and convenience that Rob alluded to a little bit earlier on. Once we've got them to experience flying privately for the first time, they've got to see some of the advantages of being able to change their schedules, being able to change their dates, not finding that people are trying to use change equals profit as an opportunity. And that's the way we're going to keep them, is once they've bitten for the first time, it's to make sure that the experience that they have keeps them coming back. Because there's no doubt that people aren't going to go from flying commercially all the time to suddenly flying privately all the time. I think a lot of these new entrants are going to find a mix of different uses for scheduled occasionally, private occasionally. But we've got to make sure to keep the vast majority of these new entrants. And I have to say, across our business, I would say at the moment, 1/3 of our customers this year are new entrants to private aviation. To keep them, we've got to make sure that we are continuing to give them that flexibility that they haven't had from flying commercially.
And so Justin, what's from these new customers? If you've got 1/3 new customers, what's the Robert mentioned some issues there about how you book the process. It's a bit clunky, pricing's not clear. What's the feedback like from your new customers? Your 1/3 of new customers. Do they echo that comment of Robert's? I think we may have lost Justin. So Rob, I'll go over to you. What are your members saying about new customers coming in?
Well, I think the interesting thing there is setting expectations, and I fully agree with what Robert was saying earlier about making sure we give an easy process, could be through an app, etc. And if you look at our industry from a customer perspective on how the approach is, there's tend to be 2 main angles. And one is branded programs, which are bigger in Europe than they are in the US than in Europe. And the reason they exist is because they give a nicely standardized product, and you know what to expect, and you pay a certain price for it, but you know what to expect, etc., etc. That's on one side. The other side, there's a clear role for brokers and operators to work together to make sure it is also as seamless as possible. Make sure you meet expectations. And within the EBAA, we have a technology working group in which a number of the air operation software providers are there. And if you hear the amount of touch points there are within the ops department with the various external parties, but also with the customer. Now that's the ideal scenario to bring everything together, make it smooth, preferably put it in an app. It will always require a human interface at some point, because the difficulty is, there's so many variables. Certain aircraft can fly into certain airports. An aircraft might be available, the crew might not be rated for it, etc., etc. So that makes us a bit different. But if we can get 90% as easy as possible, because at the end of the day, I love aviation. I love airplanes and everything to do with it. And I made the mistake when I came from commercial aviation in here to try to sell airplanes to customers. We're not. We're selling time and convenience. That's what we sell. And the time, that's easy to say. You save this much time, etc., etc. The convenience bit, that is where we, as an industry, can make a difference.
Okay, thanks, Robin.
I could come in on technology point there as well. That
which is that?
Yeah, very. I can't believe, ridiculous. Fraud is an increasing problem in our space right now, and there's no question that we're still using antiquated ways of distributing email invoices, distributing flight briefs through emails, and with interception of email now increasingly common. I think private aviation is a real target area for the fraudsters at the moment. And I hear numbers of stories of airlines not receiving payments from customers. It seems to be an increasing problem in our sector. One of the things we're doing as a business is we're looking now at secure invoicing and two-factor authentication so that we can ensure that the customer's actually receiving the invoice from us as opposed to potentially somebody else if their emails are intercepted. But I think it is something that our industry needs to focus on, and that's digitization and ensuring that communications are as secure as they can be.
And how big an issue is that, Justin? Are we talking about phishing scams? Are we talking about sort of really sophisticated cyber attacks? What's and if we've got this sort of high level, what are the operators? What's the industry doing to protect itself and its customers?
Well, certainly from where we sit as a business, we invest actually a lot in ensuring our cybersecurity is being tested, penetration tested all the time to make sure that we're secure. But of course, the number of phishing attempts seems to go up month on month, year on year. And unfortunately, it's down to the number of customers with private email addresses who get their accounts hacked somehow because they've been phished. We've had in the last, in fact, in 2021 alone, we've had 2 customers who unfortunately have had their accounts hacked. And I would imagine that we are not the only people that have seen that across the industry. I'm sure, Robert, that you must have had similar issues with Luxaviation.
Well, I must say, it's first of all very difficult to talk about phishing with my last name. Nevertheless, I must say that early on we invested a lot into IT. And Peter Stein, who is our chief IT officer, is doing there an extremely good job with all our team across the world, but mostly also in South Africa. So this is something that we have already targeted for quite some time. And I must say that for the moment, the amount of attacks that have been successful are very few. If you see the amount, we are talking in the 100,000s a year. So those are huge amounts, and each and every one needs to be stopped before it even enters in our systems. And at the moment, I must say that we have been not too worried so far about being hacked or having issues on that front. But that's again because it was preventive measures were already taken. All our personnel has been trained and is still undergoing training. It's a monthly process that we have introduced, that Peter has introduced. So this is something that we looked already for quite some time and identified as a major risk for our operation.
And maybe if I can add, I think if we talk about IT and security, but also cybersecurity, this is a big thing going forward. For the EBAA, it's one of the areas where the regulators from ICAO and down to EASA, but also the European Commission itself, they are more and more conscious about security from what can happen in the transmissions between aircraft and to the ground. So that's an area we work with. But the pure fraud side of cybersecurity, etc., it's a big thing. And like Justin said, two-way factoring or other means are absolutely step forward. But something which is been quite active in the last few months is with Google Ads. So we had new people search the internet, say, okay, well, private jet prices or something like that. They ended up at fraud websites. So basically fake websites. Most interestingly, if you look at them, there's so many mistakes in it, but people still booked through it, sent the money to specific accounts somewhere you don't know where, and then found out actually the company didn't exist, etc., etc. Now that is two things. First of all, it's fraud is never good. But the second thing is, if you think about it as an industry, so we have people who are interested to start into our industry and do their first flight, and they are encountering fraud. Now, it doesn't happen often, and we're on top of it. And thanks to the help of a number of brokers and also the Charter Association and Eurocontrol, actually, we've been able to, as soon as we identify one, we get it closed down as soon as possible. But it's like this game in the UK, hit the mole or something.
Yeah. Whack-a-mole.
Whack-a-mole. You hit one here, the other one pops up there. So it's something we're really active. And actually, this is a shout out to people out there. If you come across people pertaining to be business jet operator or charter broker, but that's definitely not, let us know and let us help you deal with that, because we need to close them down as quickly as they come up. It's a repetitive thing, but it happens in any industry at the moment. We're not singled out, but just the transaction value in our industry tends to be higher within a short time frame, and fraudsters love that.
Thanks, Rob. Just to move on, a change of topic, just to talk briefly while we've got a bit of time left in the session, just about sustainability in business aviation. Rob, I'd just like to hear from you your thoughts on that. How you think the likes of sustainable aviation fuel and carbon offsetting and so on. What is EBAA doing with its members to help on that, and what are your thoughts about its implementation?
Well, the EBAA has been very active already since 2009, when we did a commitment on climate change and how we as an industry would try to help mitigate and lower the CO2 we emit. But we now have the Green Deal of the European Commission coming up, and we're learning more and more about it. The Green Deal is a big thing, and once the pandemic slow down and we start to look outside again, the next big thing is sustainability, but then environmental sustainability. But if we talk sustainability, we also talk economical sustainability, which means we need to make sure that we as businesses can function. So we need to make sure environmentally we can function, economically we can function, and staff-wise as well. Now, there's a lot of things coming in that direction. CORSIA has been started, not applicable to all operators, but it's there. There's a lot of push to taxation on fuel and other taxations. And what we're trying to push is a green agenda where, for the short term, SAF, so sustainable aviation fuel, is the best short-term solution, but it needs to be available. So we're really pushing that if politicians decide to do something, they need to help us as an industry to make sure there's sufficient available and also that the price is lower. So it's a very expensive product for now, but it's the best solution there is. Now, you hear a lot of things about other new technologies which are all just over the horizon, etc., etc. Downside is we don't know how far they are beyond the horizon. So electrical flight, yes, if there's one industry who should be the first to adapt it, it's us. I mean, if you think about it, irregular flights, relatively short flights, etc., with sufficient time to recharge, etc. We can help with that. So business aviation is always leading the industry on these kind of things, on new technologies, and environmentally, we should be the one as well. So that is where our agenda is making sure politicians understand there's a willingness from the industry, but it needs to make sense economically, environmentally, and technology-wise.
There's no question in 2019 that we were seeing people taking a much greater interest in offsetting and sustainability. I think then the COVID years, as I would call them, because I think it's way into the second COVID year now, people have lost a little bit of momentum with the green agenda. But I think towards the end of this year and in 2022, it will come back, and it will come back much, much greater than it was in 2019. And I think we as an industry need to get our act together and be ahead of the curve. And even though business aviation only represents 2% of aviation's emissions, it gets a disproportionately bad press for those 2% of emissions. And I think across the, led by excellent organisations like EBAA, we as an industry have got to get on top of this and make sure that we are ahead of the curve rather than reacting to the court of public opinion.
Yep.
So, Justin, we just having a quick look at the questions. We have a question here from Phil Brockwell. Are there any reliable stats on what percentage of charter users are selecting to use sustainable aviation fuel? Is the demand coming from customers, or is it controlled by the operators? How does that work?
Well, as a broker primarily, obviously we're not in control of what the operator puts inside their aircraft. So that would really be more of a question aimed at Robert. However, during 2019, we launched our own carbon offsetting initiative. And I have to say, I was surprised at the low uptake, being honest, of how few customers seem to want to offset their emissions from their flying. But, I think, as I said, life has moved on over the last 2 years. And when it comes back, and normality and COVID not being at the centre of everything, I really do think that there's going to be a lot more interest in sustainable flight. I don't know, Robert, maybe that's probably more of a question for Robert than for me.
So if I can answer maybe in a minute. So I do not necessarily agree that this is now something that is new. Let's go back a couple of years ago. Business aviation, I've always been the first one to adapt to new technologies. If you look at the average fuel consumption over the last 20 years, we have been on the forefront and nobody obliged us. Regarding noise pollution, we have been on the forefront. Nobody obliged us. Who is flying at night? Not necessarily us. We like to sleep at night, I hope so. So I think that we did not wait until the SDG came to be a mandate to adapt already. From our group, we have already proposing a program for the last 8 years where several airplanes were already offsetting their carbon footprint. So those programs exist already. They just have now more momentum, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult now to say, well, what are you doing? I'm doing nothing. So there's really that momentum where everybody needs now to follow that route, and it's very important. It's very important that we get there. But we are talking most of the time of SAF. Yes, it is a reality, the fuel, but there are more goals than that, and we should not forget them. So we have lots of work to do. So I think it's just the beginning, but I think the business aviation is already taking a right path on that.
Okay, thanks, Robert. Just coming back to the bumper year of 2021 for business aviation and keeping that going forward. Question here from Daniel Catley. When the borders open for the regions that remain closed, such as APAC, do you anticipate a quick uptake in charter to those regions, or a more steady, cautious approach while public confidence is gained? So based on Singapore, he sees a notable difference in mindset. So how do you see the regions now as they open? Do you see more and more demand coming through? Or do you think we're about the level we can expect going into summer and beyond?
Well, I'd take that one quickly. I would say, from looking at how we've seen Europe demand kind of explode almost once the borders open, there's such a pent-up demand for people to move around. And perhaps in Asia, the distances are a little bit bigger. But I would foresee that as the unlocking process begins to take place over in the Asia-Pac region, that we'll see similar patterns to what we've seen here in Europe.
I think that it's going to be a mix between a volcanic explosion and a tsunami. Just open.
You saying it's going to be big then, Robert?
It's going to be huge. It's going to be really, really huge. Simply because if you try now to book something for Christmas in the Maldives or Seychelles, I'm sorry, but it's too late. It's already difficult to find something that is going towards our clientele. I had a problem yesterday. where a client wants to have a specific location, it's already fully booked. So to go back to Daniel, which I know, I think the demand is going to be huge. Let's not forget the people had now a year and a half to put money aside. The cash is there, but they had nothing to spend it on apart Amazon. But now it's time to do something else, go visit places. I mean, look, the first time that you see your colleagues again, or that you see real people again without a mask, that is a fantastic moment. So there are many moments that should come. If you have the time, look again at a small video that we published at the beginning of the pandemic when the mask comes off. We are close to that moment. That's where we're getting now. So now people want to travel again. They want to experience something new, and we have enough to live our life behind a screen.
Where's if I can add to that. The other thing which will be part of the whole mix is there's a lot of corporates which still have a travel ban in place. This is people with their own corporate flight department, etc. So they only fly essential engineers, etc. The board is not allowed to travel, etc. If you look at where those flights generally tend to fly to, it is long range, it is APAC, it is to the US, etc. So I think part of the mix, I think whether it's a tsunami or a volcano, I cannot comment on that. But I think we definitely see the long range flying for the APAC region definitely take off once things normalize and open up. There's one caution. If we then look at places like Hong Kong, which vaccination is still low, it goes in and out, etc., etc. Those are the things which will be heckled. So it might be a bit more localized. So not the whole Asian region, but specific areas, or India might be still for a bit longer on the list of countries not to fly to. But there is, and I agree with Justin and Robert on that, there will be a huge demand.
Thanks, Rob. So we've only got a minute or so left. So just to close out, what do you each see coming out of the current situation, the pandemic? What are the short-term and long-term gains for business aviation in maybe just a few seconds or so, Justin?
I think there's been a sea change in demand for this type of product, and I think it will continue to be buoyant for at least the next 3 years.
And Robert, what are your thoughts? Short term, long term?
In one word, credibility. We have become now a tool. We are not anymore just an idea for a couple of people. We are now a real business. We are an industry. And as such, the acceptability is coming with it. So credibility, I think that is what we gained.
Thanks, Robert. And then Rob, with the map of the world behind you, I'll let you have the last thoughts on where business aviation is going in the short and long term.
Well, I think we as an industry can be really, really proud about the fact that we've shown we're the most resilient mode of transport around the world. There's no other mode of transport that functions so well. And we have been able to show the 4 key reasons that we've been telling to people all the time. We're safe, we're secure, very flexible, and we connect people. And those 4 things came all together in the pandemic. We needed it, and we definitely showed that we delivered. So good moment to be proud of it, and hopefully, in echoing the other speakers, that translates also going forward positively.
Thank you very much. Well, I think with that we're out of time. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for your thoughts. That's been really interesting and great to hear so much positivity. Assuming Al will now jump in with the next panel.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Corporate Jet Investor Global 2021. Thanks, Mike and the panelists. That was an amazing session. Although, thanks to Robert, I think loads of people are now busy trying to book their Christmas holidays in the Seychelles or Maldives. Very upbeat, very cheery, and we're going to keep that going. We're now delighted to have the one and only Paul Jebely, partner and head of the business jets practice at Pillsbury in Hong Kong. It's now it's nearly 10 o'clock for Paul in Hong Kong, but this is a man who does not sleep, and I'm delighted to hand over to him. Paul, how are you?
I'm doing well, Al. Thanks for having me, and thanks again to you and your team for putting this on.
Not at all. Thank you. I'm going to hand over to you to take us through the untapped potential of arbitration.
Thanks, Al. Well, good morning, afternoon, and evening, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Live from Hong Kong, it's Thursday night. My name is Paul, and I am an attorney, not to be confused with a turkey. While not a Turkish attorney, I am a private aviation attorney qualified in the US, the UK, and Canada, living in Hong Kong, and representing a clientele of ultra-high net worth individuals, including over $300 billion worth on the latest Forbes list, as well as some global corporations having combined revenue well over $1 trillion in 2020. Over the last 15 years or so, I've helped close nearly $20 billion in deals for my clients, and have also handled more than my fair share of related litigation, restructuring, bankruptcy, investigation, enforcement, sanctions, and pretty much everything in between. There's also a long list of accolades that I'm not going to bore you further with. The point of this brief, if stirring autobiography is to say that as a private aviation attorney in the industry globally, I know a thing or two, though I'm always learning and looking for ways to improve. It is with this CV and ethos in hand that I declare to our global industry that we have been missing out. When private aviation deals, and maybe even secret deals within deals, when they unravel in an acrimonious fashion, as we all know they sometimes do, the court litigation that ensues can be ferocious, unedifying, publicly embarrassing, and astoundingly expensive. Indeed, if court litigation is the new sport of kings, then private aviation makes for a field of dreams. Enter international arbitration. The next 15 minutes of our lives are going to feature me making the case to you for the widespread adoption of international arbitration to settle disputes in private aviation. First, the what. I will set the stage by giving you the high-level background on international arbitration. Then, the why. I will tell you why we should care about and for arbitration by highlighting the benefits, namely over court litigation. Most of our time will be spent on the what and the why. Next, the when. I will give you examples of when arbitration is the most useful in private aviation. Then, the where. I will explain how it solves one of the main conundrums of litigation, namely, where you can actually enforce against the losing party. Then, the who. I will quickly introduce you to the leading arbitration institutions. And finally, the how. I will briefly explain how you can opt for arbitration from now on. The what? Arbitration 101. Class is in session. Listen up, folks. Sometimes business relationships break down, and so parties to any contract need to consider, preferably at the outset of a contractual relationship, the best means of resolving any dispute which may arise between them. Attorneys, the good ones anyway, always advise clients to choose the method of dispute resolution which puts them in the strongest position should a dispute arise. Today, in many other industries, arbitration and not court litigation is the preferred method for resolving business disputes of an international character. Arbitration has been used for centuries. No, really. Plato, the Greek philosopher, not the stuff that my 3 kids leave literally everywhere around the house. Plato writes about arbitration amongst the ancient Greeks. Over the 20th century, arbitration became the standard method for resolving disputes in certain industry sectors, such as construction, commodities, shipping, and insurance. Interestingly, not aviation, yet. These are industries where the arbitrator's technical expertise was particularly valued. However, over the last 50 years or so, arbitration has been ever increasingly embraced by the international community, with many recognizing its importance as the primary means of resolving complex transnational commercial disputes. The numbers do not lie. And in fact, the most recent surveys of the major arbitral institutions show that arbitration cases are on the rise, with an estimated new caseload in 2020 representing more than $100 billion in dispute worldwide. That's lovely, Paul, you say to yourselves, but what exactly is it? So here goes. Arbitration is a private form of binding dispute resolution conducted before an impartial tribunal which emanates from the contractual agreement of the parties, but which is regulated and enforced by national laws. Notionally, think a private court backed by the powers of the state. The national laws require the parties to honor their contractual obligation to arbitrate, just like they require the parties to honor any other contractual obligation. And such, these laws also provide for limited judicial supervision of arbitral proceedings and, really critically, support the enforcement of arbitral awards in a manner similar for national court judgments. In arbitration, the parties submit a dispute to the appointed arbitrator or panel of arbitrators, in each instance called the tribunal. This is typically done by providing for arbitration in the underlying contract, which we will discuss later. But for now, suffice it to say that the agreement between the parties to arbitrate should also cover the number of arbitrators, the legal place or seat of the arbitration, and the procedural rules that will govern the arbitration. But we'll come to that later. As mentioned, arbitrations are typically conducted by either one or three arbitrators, and each called the tribunal. The tribunal is the equivalent of a judge or a panel of judges in a court action. However, the arbitrators are generally selected by the parties, either directly or indirectly through a third party or institution. And as a result, the parties maintain some control over who is going to determine their dispute. Arbitrators in international cases are usually very experienced lawyers and or experts in the field in which the dispute has arisen. The authority of an arbitrator derives from an agreement between the parties, while a judge is appointed by the state. The tribunal will generally give its decision, it's called an award, following a hearing, which each party will have to attend, and they'll have the opportunity to present their position. If appropriate, arbitrations can also be just conducted on paper, for example, where the sums in issue or the issue itself in dispute doesn't justify a hearing. And importantly, generally, the tribunal will decide the dispute in accordance with the governing law of the relevant contract, no matter where the arbitration takes place. The outcome is binding and final, and it can be enforced in other countries as a result of an international law treaty system called the New York Convention, which we will discuss later as well. A quick word here on final. It's true that otherwise final arbitral awards can be challenged on very limited, mostly procedural grounds under the New York Convention. So you still have further recourse grounds like jurisdiction or fraud. However, with arbitration, unlike litigation, you avoid the time and costs of seemingly endless appeals on general grounds as a right, which is, again, it's a feature of litigation in many jurisdictions. Because arbitration rests on agreement, the parties can choose a tribunal which suits their specific needs, or select one or three arbitrators and specify the qualifications of the arbitrators. Parties also have great flexibility to designate the procedure for the arbitration. The tribunal's powers and duties are fixed by the terms of the parties' agreement, including in particular any arbitration rules which have been adopted, and the national laws which apply in each case. Under most leading legal systems, arbitrators are obliged to make their awards according to the applicable law unless the parties have agreed otherwise. For example, by empowering the tribunal to decide in accordance with what it perceives to be fair. The tribunal is obliged to follow due process and ensure that each party has a proper opportunity to present its case and defend itself against the case of its opponent. However, in other respects, the procedure can be extremely flexible. National laws of almost 170 countries around the world generally recognize and support arbitration as a mutually exclusive alternative to litigation and as a means of finally resolving disputes. Most countries have legislation governing arbitrations that take place in their territory. This doesn't replace procedural rules chosen by the parties, but it provides a framework in which those rules operate and may fill gaps not addressed in the rules. Many countries, their national laws are based on what is called the UNCITRAL model law on international commercial arbitration, generally referred to as the model law. The model law is intended to give out fairness and to even out disparities between national laws and suggest a common standard for arbitral practice. Most arbitration laws give the parties flexibility on matters such as appointment of the tribunal and the procedures to adopt, while providing a safety net where agreement is lacking. They generally prescribe elements from which the parties cannot depart by agreement, including the more fundamental aspects of process, such as fairness of the proceedings and the duties of the tribunal. The national law will also give powers to the courts of the seat in relation to certain aspects of the arbitration. So broadly speaking, these include such as the ability of the parties to apply to national courts for support, for example, in order to freeze assets or to obtain evidence, the ability to challenge decisions of the tribunal and the award, and provisions on enforcement. The national law and the general attitude of the judiciary in a country will determine how supportive or interventionalist those courts will be. Where in jurisdictions that are interventionalist, where courts interfere in the arbitral process, they do so to the detriment of its autonomy, and those jurisdictions are known and they're to be avoided. Just a quick word on the acronym ADR. It typically stands for Alternative Dispute Resolution and is actually more often used to describe non-binding procedures, such as mediation. And in doing so, it distinguishes between litigation and arbitration on the one hand, and true ADR on the other. In fact, non-binding procedures are not really an alternative to litigation or arbitration, because unless the parties reach a settlement, they still must resort to a binding procedure such as arbitration or litigation to resolve their dispute. Arbitration is also to be distinguished from what some in the industry may know as binding expert determination. As procedures for both can largely be prescribed in the parties' contracts, they can take very similar forms. On a decision-making level, however, the distinction is that whilst arbitrators may be selected for their experience in particular fields, they are tasked with deciding the dispute primarily upon the basis of the parties' submissions and the applicable law, whereas experts use their own knowledge to come to their decision. The benefits of arbitration in the context of private aviation. Moving on to why. It is my strong belief that arbitration and private aviation are a marriage made in law heaven, or as noted in my slide, they at least are destined to become best friends forever, like Mark Bissett, Oliver Tevitt, and me. As between arbitration and private aviation, if for no other reason, and there are plenty, if for no other reason than the discretion and confidentiality that arbitration affords. As noted, international arbitration is an increasingly important part of complex cross-border transactions. Still, there are general misconceptions about what arbitration is, especially in industries like ours. One is that it is only for settling disputes when they arise, when in fact, it is better thought of really as a crucial tool for managing business relationships from their inception. That's the great advantage over litigation. Litigation is a reaction to a dispute, and not only is it public, expensive, and inflexible, but it can destroy business relationships and reputations. Arbitration is also likely to continue to attract users where there are qualitative concerns about the national courts, and there are plenty, as we will touch on. Still, parties to international private aviation transactions have, subject to very few exceptions that I'm aware of, been historically reticent to choose international arbitration as a means of dispute resolution in their agreements. I believe that this resistance stems from cultural factors as well as being fueled by inertia and standardized documentation. In recent years, however, recourse to arbitration in such transaction has been on the rise, though starting from a very low base. Stepping back, discreet and confidential. I see this as the key benefit specific to private aviation. Litigation heard before national courts will be public, other than in really exceptional circumstances. In the US and in the UK, for example, court documents and judgments are all public documents, whereas arbitration is particularly advantageous for commercial parties because of the privacy and confidentiality that it can offer. Hearings generally take place in private. Parties agree that hearings and evidence and any other material created or disclosed in the proceedings will be kept confidential, and that they and the arbitrators will not disclose any information about the arbitration unless specifically required by law. And even then, court proceedings can be costly and timely affairs, particularly if litigating in a common law jurisdiction. There is no simple answer as to whether arbitration is cheaper than litigation every time, as legal fees generally account for the majority of the costs of proceedings, whether arbitration or litigation. So the controlling factors are largely the complexity of the dispute, the way the proceedings are conducted, and the length. Still, it is a myth that the arbitration process has become lengthy and expensive as litigation. In the United States, for example, a recent study found that the median length of a jury or bench trial in civil cases is 27.2 months, or over 2 years. In comparison, the median time of filing to award for an American Arbitration Association arbitration case is 198 days, or well under 7 months. Arbitral proceedings, they can be commenced and the dispute resolved faster than litigation if an appropriate procedure is used. In arbitration, in contrast to litigation, the parties have to pay the fees and the expenses of the decision makers. However, arbitration is as cost efficient as the parties allow it to be. By designing and managing the procedure effectively, costs can be managed. This allows, and in fact, it encourages the parties and the tribunal to focus on the key issues at the early stage and can avoid the process taking precedence over real issues in a dispute, a common perception in litigation. It can also provide great cost effectiveness for smaller disputes. Further, it's becoming increasingly common for the successful party to be awarded all or part of the cost of the arbitration without having to resort to cumbersome taxation processes, which is common in some countries. Moreover, as mentioned previously, arbitral awards are binding and final. Court proceedings can be long, drawn-out affairs because of the ability to appeal on points of law. Most arbitral laws do not allow for the award to be challenged except in very limited circumstances. Rights of challenge, as I mentioned before, usually are limited to serious procedural irregularity or jurisdictional issues. In addition, choice of certain institutional rules can further limit the party's scope to challenge the award. This means that parties avoid the cost of protracted appeal processes, which is appealing. Due to international conventions, the potential for enforcing arbitral awards worldwide is much greater than that of court judgments, as there is little point in obtaining a court judgment which cannot be enforced against suitable assets. This feature often conclusively determines the choice of arbitration for international contracts. We'll talk about this in the coming minutes. Some cite the suitability of arbitration to cater for requirements of financial disputes, particularly restricting the range of interim measures. and the inability to generate binding legal decisions. However, that is a myth on a couple of levels. First, by choosing arbitration, you don't have to forego emergency relief, i.e. arresting an aircraft. Most arbitration rules provide for recourse to the courts during the early stage of assistance. Plus, it's also a myth that injunctive relief is available only in court, not in arbitration. While arbitration tribunals are often empowered by the parties or applicable law to grant preliminary relief, such as an order freezing assets, they cannot impose criminal sanctions upon the defaulting party. For this reason, and to allow relief before tribunal, arbitration rules commonly allow parties to apply to courts for interim relief. Next, neutrality. It's very often the case that a party to an international contract will wish to avoid resolving disputes through local courts of another party. This is because of a perceived home court advantage. Arbitration can offer dispute resolution in a neutral forum, though courts of a seat where the arbitration is situated may have some role in playing to support and police the arbitration. It's still generally left to the arbitrators to determine the process to be followed and the merits of the dispute. Often, tribunals comprise arbitrators of different nationalities, which adds to the neutrality of the process and the decision. Arbitration provides for an opportunity for neutral dispute resolution in compliance with international rules being applied in a mutually acceptable venue. Let's talk about procedural simplicity and flexibility. Arbitration rules are generally far simpler and more flexible than court rules. As a result, they are relatively easy to understand for parties of different nationalities. The procedures are more easily focused on the substantive issues, and the parties are better able to adopt dispute resolution processes to suit their relationship and the nature of their disputes. In many cases, parties or tribunals exercising discretion left to them by the parties choose to follow a procedure which is similar to court procedures, although they might change, for example, the scope of disclosure or waive rights of appeal. However, in some cases, parties go much further, waiving the right of oral hearing and empowering the tribunal to decide according to principles of fairness rather than according to the law. Of course, a potential drawback arising from flexibility and the generality of arbitration rules is that where the parties do not reach an agreement in advance, there is a greater risk of debate over procedure, which can cause uncertainty and lead to delays. It's also good to mention here that service of process is often much more straightforward for an arbitration compared to a court litigation. Often, email will suffice. The parties to an arbitration have considerable choice in determining how, where, by whom, and in what language their dispute is resolved. Of particular importance to the parties is the choice of decision maker. Unlike commercial litigation, disputes are resolved by a state-appointed judge. Parties to an arbitration may select their arbitrator. This is especially advantageous in the context of technical matter that requires particular expertise, or where parties are from different jurisdictions and each wants to appoint an arbitrator from their own jurisdiction. Most developed arbitration laws require that all of the arbitrators be impartial. However, a party can use its choice to input the selection process to ensure that as far as possible, the tribunal will understand the commercial context and relevant issues and the party's procedural preferences. There's often a final point for those of us in the industry, including myself, who find ourselves dealing with sovereigns and governments. While not in absolute certainty, arbitration can offer much more protection that court litigation does not when it comes to prosecuting claims against sovereigns or crown actors who can otherwise claim sovereign immunity from foreign court proceedings. It is certainly arguable that a voluntary agreement by a government entity to arbitrate indicates a waiver of immunity from suit, but to be honest, some countries argue that the agreement is unconstitutional, Nigeria, for example, and there will still be arguments at the enforcement stage. Still, much better than court litigation in my view. When the private aviation use cases, whether the parties choose arbitration or litigation will depend on which mode of dispute resolution is suitable for the specific transaction at issue, especially in light of the parties involved and the assessment of available alternatives. In many cases, the private aviation world, including the ones I've noted here, which constitute really the majority of the transactional activity in our sector, arbitration will provide a very attractive option. As a matter of law, some claims may not be capable of settlement. For example, matters of criminal law, in a commercial context, some countries do not allow arbitration of disputes relating to intellectual property, antitrust, employment, and those types of issues. But generally, arbitration clauses discussed later are drafted very broadly to capture all manner of disputes between the parties. So the ones that I've listed here, aircraft sale and purchase, new and used, aircraft finance, secured debt, aircraft lease disputes, aircraft charter disputes, aircraft management, maintenance, and operation disputes, aircraft marketing disputes, and in each case, enforcement. They are ripe for private aviation usage. Next, the cross-border enforcement conundrum. As I mentioned before, one of the great beauties of aviation is that it is cross-border, and one of the great beauties of arbitration is that the arbitral awards are really enforceable cross-borders. And this is provided by the New York Convention of 1958, which I'm cognizant of time and I won't delve into it, but this is the key benefit of enforceability versus litigation, especially post-Brexit. There is nothing matching it for judgments. And critically, there are nearly 170 countries that are party to it. So the New York Convention provides for very wide enforceability. The next slide provides you with a list of the leading arbitral institutions. You're spoiled for choice. I won't list them out individually, but these are really the leading ones. And they cover the entire gamut of the world. And just because one is based in a certain country doesn't necessarily mean that all of the hearings take place in that country. I know I'm short of time. Next is the how. The how really starts and ends with the arbitration clause, which is known as the agreement to arbitrate. There are some great tips on the slide, but when in doubt, consult the lawyer. And the critical point is to keep it simple when opting for the arbitration. Use the model clause of the institution which you wish to use and depart from it at your own risk. In rare occasion, there is the possibility for parties to opt into arbitration, even though their underlying agreement did not provide for arbitration, by entering into a standalone agreement to arbitrate. Keep in mind, again, everything I've mentioned about the seats and the venues and the rules to adopt. So the key takeaways, I know I'm a couple of seconds over, my apologies. The key takeaways here, arbitration is highly effective and it's a discrete method of dispute resolution for private aviation. It's now time for the private aviation industry to incorporate arbitration into the various aspects of our deal making, and that's done easily enough. However, in doing so, keep in mind that one size, being an institution, rules, a seat, or venue, does not fit all, and it doesn't have to, because there are plenty to choose from and think through. So in conclusion, keep calm and arbitrate. Thank you.
Hi, and welcome back to CJI Global 2021. We are now been going for just over 6 hours, but don't worry, there's still a lot to come, another 8 hours roughly. Delighted now to have two experts looking at flight trends and flight utilization. Francisco Zozaya from JSSI in Mexico and Richard Coe from WINGX in Geneva. Guys, how are you?
Yeah, doing well. Afternoon.
Great to see both of you. Francisco, do you want to go first? You've got some slides.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever you're ready, we can share my slides.
Go for it.
All right, so we'll be talking about flight hour utilization and how we've seen things before, during, and after the pandemic. So, in JSSI, our core business is powered by the hour programs, which means we track the activity of the aircraft that we cover through flight hours, right? We cover over 2,000 business aircraft primarily business jets, but we also cover turboprops and helicopters. And we have I would say it's a pretty good sample of our existing fleet within the business aviation industry. And as a sample, we cover most industries, most aircraft types, and we're spread throughout the globe. So we've got activity in every corner of the planet. So we've seen this graph, I believe, a number of times. When March of last year came, we saw a significant decrease in flight activity. 2019 was already a very active year for business aviation overall. We were seeing, potentially one of the years with the most utilization ever. And then we saw this dramatic decrease when the pandemic came, right? So our activity dropped almost to 25%, let's call it, of what we were seeing typically. And as the months started to transfer from the pandemic, we started seeing the activity increase at a very high speed, right? Today we're seeing activity in a trend that we haven't seen before. Activity is very high, although it can be really segmented on geography or types of operation, right? In this following slide, we're breaking down the activity by type of utilization. So private use and charter use. And it's by nature, private use, let's call it for North America, what we refer as Part 91, and charter operators, or for the US, what's 135. You see a significant difference in the utilization of one aircraft on the average, right? On one aircraft versus another, just because of the nature. You'll see a charter operator fly an aircraft from 4, 5, or up to 1,000 hours a year, and a typical corporate private flyer would do, I don't know, maybe 200-300 hours, sometimes even less. So here's where we see that gap between one type of utilization and the other. Again, today we're seeing a spike in charter utilization like we have not seen before. Following slide, we're comparing year to date, month by month, right? So over here, 2020 is where we can really, which is the middle graph, the middle bar. We can see how dramatically the utilization dropped in April of last year. We saw the first part of it in March, and then the real dip in April. What's incredible is this year, 2021, we're seeing an all-time high for the month of May in utilization, which is very, very positive news for our industry. Following slide, it's basically a comparison of quarter over quarter, right? And again, this is the overall utilization that we see. Again, Q2 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic, we saw a very significant decrease in activity. But as people started wanting to commute either to a different location, to a summer house, etc., and they started to utilize their business aircraft and walk away from potentially commercial aviation to avoid any health restrictions, then we started to see the activity climb back up. Now, Q3 did show a very significant of 2020, so a very significant increase in activity when compared to Q2, right? Again, this the portion, the Q2 for 2021 up through the closing of May, through May 31st, we're seeing a lot of activity in business aviation. Next slide. We're comparing the different industries that we track, right? So the owners or operators of the aircraft that are under JSSI's portfolio, their core businesses, they belong to a different industry most likely. So whether they're in the financial services or the healthcare industry, manufacturing, power and energy, and we see certain trends on the behavior of such industries. When we refer to aviation, is primarily for charter operators. Again, when we see where we were last year, there's been a significant increase. For example, if you see for charter operators, year over year is comparing the month of May 2020 versus the month of May 2021. We've seen an increase of over 200%, right? Year to date, we're almost 43% above 2020. And same goes for all of the different industries. We see certain ones that have picked up activity more than others. For example, construction or manufacturing that could have been affected more heavily in certain regions of the world have rebounded back strongly over the last quarter. Next slide, we're seeing the different regions of the planet, right? Again, this is very interesting. You'll see activity. You can see activity within a region, right? Sort of like North America. Charter operation has been steadily growing. It's been very active over the last 12 months, and it's primarily, domestic. Same for Europe. Flights within the Union have been much more active than flights abroad. Then there's been certain regions, like, for example, South America or Africa, where they really struggled, or we really struggled last year. Me being based in Mexico, we saw the activity drop heavily, but the rebound has been really strong as well. So in my corner of the planet, you can see activity 420% above previous year, right? When we compare May to May, and same goes for certain corners of the planet. On the following slide, we're breaking down the activity by cabin size or aircraft type, right? It's interesting to see the helicopters. The activity has not varied as much as we can see on the fixed wing, and we believe that it's primarily because of by nature the helicopters can be more utilitarian than business aircraft. And then within business aircraft, we do see activity behave very differently depending on the aircraft type. So, for example, the mid and small cabin business jets, we've seen them spike up primarily because of the charter operators for, again, more regional, more domestic travel. As for the large cabins, they by nature, the flights are much longer, and with the border restrictions, we definitely saw the activity go down. But the rebound again is very positive, right? So if we see the month of which is a middle circle, which is year over year, comparing the month of May 2020 versus 2021, it's the cabin type that has rebounded the most, and again, very very positive signs. As borders continue to reopen, we continue to see those larger cabins much more active than they were last year. And then our our final slide, basically summarizing the key takeaways. So first of all, the average utilization is trending to an all-time high, to an all-time record. Again, super positive for our industry. We also see certain industries, again, which typically are more labor intensive, to be picking up activity, and we see that reflected in their flight hours, right? Certain emerging markets, as discussed, certain places in Africa, in Latin America, we've seen the rebound over the last few weeks or over the last couple of months, showing very positive signs. People are regaining confidence and they're starting to use their airplanes again. Finally, as we said, on the cabin types, charter operators very active on the mid-size and small cabins. And as borders start reopening, those large cabins are starting to fly again between, Europe and the US, and we do start to see the type of activity. Again, very, very positive signs for BizAv. Thank you very much. Richard, I'll back to you. I'm sure you'll have very positive notes as well, and your data also it's very robust data. Our data is more centric in our portfolio, which is a segment of our industry. So back to you.
Great. Thanks, Francisco. Well, I hope I'm now sharing my screen. So Al, tell me if I'm not. So I'm covering quite a lot of ground, which Francisco's covered within his portfolio. So I'm going to be swift and picky on the slides, but I'm going to just kick off with this one, which sets the scene. This is the 7-day rolling average in daily business aviation activity globally since January 2019 on the left, all the way through June 2021. So it confirms what Francisco was showing us, but just a few data points there. So far in 2021, we are up in terms of total BizAv sectors by 40%, and we're within 10% of the same year-to-date period in 2019. So that really was a V-shaped recovery with what you might call a kind of W shape coming out the other side. And you look at the high point in terms of business aviation activity on June 9th, just a few days ago, at 14,500 sectors a day. That's a rolling 7-day average. That is higher than any other daily moving daily average in this schema. So that confirms positive view. So this is the long-term view. So I brought in 2018 here. This is business jets. The prior chart, there's a small distinction. This is just business jets. Prior chart, when we look at BizAv, we include all BizAv aircraft from airliners down to all the turboprop fleet. So this is just business jets, and you can see that the dotted line for 2021 is indeed roaring beyond 2019. So we are hitting record levels. I can concur. So just go back one. Right, so here we are, 2021 year to date. That's January through to the middle of June. And so we're seeing a year-to-date view. This is actually through to the end of May, so it doesn't include the first half of June. And it shows how that recovery varies across different regions. The comparative is to 2019. So you can see Europe, for example, 16% behind in total BizAv flights so far in 21 versus 19. North America, 7%, so a lot closer to normality. Latin America still down by 13%, but Africa, Middle East, Australasia, and Asia Pac are seeing more activity now than pre-COVID. And just to take a look at that on some country levels. So this view you've got is showing two comparatives, one versus 2020, one versus 2019. And again, it's for the year to date, and now we're looking at business jets. So that shows, for example, that in the US, where there's been through June 15th, almost 1 million business jet sectors flown, we are seeing 50% more activity than the same period, the same first half of 2020, and just edging ahead of the same period in 2019. Other countries with a lot, I think that's one thing that comes across from this, an enormous amount of variance across different countries. The UK stands out as the absolute back marker because sectors indeed have not caught up even with where they were same period in 2020. Elsewhere, 2020 has been surpassed, but 2019 is still some way off, with some exceptions. Look at Brazil, look at Russia, look at China. Okay, so I want to look at the bigger picture because here at Wings we're covering all flight activity from scheduled commercial airline, cargo, and the whole range of BizAv. And I think, you know, this is important because it does emphasize quite how robust BizAv has been. 7%, as I said earlier, compared to 7% under 2019 for this year through June. And you compare that to scheduled, which is still 46% behind. Cargo traffic is up, and not surprising for all kinds of logistical reasons, but BizAv still far ahead of scheduled yet to make much of a recovery. So let's have a look at different BizAv operator types. And we look at the global BizAv fleet, and we split it by the business model, which via our research has been conducted by the operator. And what we can see from that analysis is that the private and corporate flight departments are still flying some 12% less in 21 compared to 2019. These charts, which we'll have a look at later, no doubt, they actually show in the grey there in the background 2019. So you can see that for fractional and branded charter, the orange shade, which is 2021, is actually overtaking 2019 as well as leaving 2020 far behind. And that's why on a global basis, if you look at the table, you're seeing 1 to 2% increase compared to 2019 in charter and fractional. And if you look in the US, that's more like 7% increase. That's higher than 2019. So I just want to have a glimpse at what's going on in the US, because the US is the powerhouse of the global recovery in flight activity. And if we look at BizJet sectors here across different states, you can see, again, there's a good deal of variance. All the major US states are well ahead of where they were year to date 2020, and many of them are well ahead of where they were in 2019. Florida being some 30% ahead in BizJet sectors in 21 versus 19. So clearly smashing records pre-COVID. And in fact, an interesting little note is that there have been 10 times as many BizJet departures in Florida this year than in the UK. Interesting, because there are actually a very similar number of ultra high net worth individuals. So it tells you a lot about other constraints and drivers which have led to that kind of variance. Now, I know Al and the audience would like to look at aircraft types. So this is showing aircraft segments. What this chart is showing along the x-axis is the variance to 2019, and the y-axis the number of flights. So the smaller cabin is the orange, mid-size green, and the large cabin is the red. Large cabin, as discussed by many other speakers, trailing in terms of flight activity, but the size of the bubbles is reflecting the year-on-year growth. And heavy jets, ultra long range jets, we're noting are up 200% in activity May 21 versus May 20. So there's a big rebound. Just focusing on the ultra long range sector there on the right, this is a global picture. We can see it is trailing, as confirmed by the main chart, by 17%. But again, with variance across different operator types. Government flying of ultra long range aircraft is actually up compared to 2019. If we look a little harder there, a little deeper at the ultra long range jet types. So that top chart is showing the global picture, all activity in certain ultra long range business jet types, and confirming the 17% decline compared to 2019 in terms of sectors, 27% decline in terms of flight hours. Unsurprisingly, they're flying shorter sectors. But if we just look at fractional and branded charter and activity in the US, there's a different picture. You can actually see that the global 5500 and the 650 are flying 25% more than they were flying in the same 6-month period, or almost 6-month period in 2019. So actually, if you know where to look, ultra long range jets have already come back. Now, I just want to finish with a couple of insights that we're picking up from the recovery. One of them is the resilience of getaways, and that's hardly surprising during a pandemic, but it really has been remarkable how these sort of islands and getaways, remote getaways have benefited in terms of BizAv traffic. So again, I'm showing versus 2020 and versus 2019. And what we're looking at here in this chart is Turks and Caicos. So for example, from the US has been almost 50% more BizJet arrivals into Turks and Caicos down for the same period in 2019. Maldives is up by 211% compared to. Now, we think it's really important to look at BizAv these days with scheduled next to it, because we thoroughly concur with other speakers that it's the erosion in the scheduled networks which is offering an opportunity for BizAv. So what we've done here is side by side looked at all departures from the state of Colorado to these other cities, and that's actually Jan through May. So what we picked up there was a 1% increase versus 19. So again, the view is 19 in BizAv and 29% decrease in scheduled. And you can see some of those connections in scheduled are a long way down, but up in BizAv. And it's the same in Europe, although Europe's quite a long way behind. Turkey has seen some very resilient growth in BizAv. And indeed, if we're looking at flights out of Istanbul through May, we see again that kind of that contrast between BizAv connections actually growing compared to 2019, e.g. to Moscow, whilst the scheduled connectivity is eroded. I want to glance at this inside as well, because it's also been mentioned by previous speakers, domestic versus international. So overall, if we look at all BizAv so far this year, we're 1% down compared to 2019 in domestic flying. And it's in fact up versus 2019 for domestic flying. International is the problem. It's 23% down for BizAv globally. And that applies to most of the countries in this list. Some interesting exceptions in Turkey and Russia, certainly in Russia, where international is also up. And then I think the last insight I just want to look at was leisure versus business. So a lot of discussion is about how quick is business going to come back, and has business come back at all, indeed. So we don't know who's flying in the back and precisely what reason they're flying, but we can look at certain patterns. If we look at weekend travel compared to weekday travel, we can see quite a stark difference with a return to normality or even increase compared to 2019 in the weekend travel. You see there for the US it's back to normal, but weekdays are still some way behind, which suggests that the business executive hasn't come back yet. And so we can see these leisure hotspots, these days in the calendar, public holidays and other events, a really strong rebound in leisure travel in business aviation. Here we looked at Memorial Day. We saw a 12% increase in BizAv traffic during Memorial Day 21 versus 19. Scheduled was still 28% behind. So, my two conclusions, because I'm answering Al's questions here. First of all, will restrictions lift the cap on pent-up demand? That bottom chart, if you look at that first, that comes from IATA, and it shows flights from the UK scheduled, so this is airline flights, how those bookings differ, whether the destination is on green, amber or yellow. And the green line there demonstrating that, as countries come onto the green list, they're getting a lot of bookings. And the top two charts, this is Wings data, and interestingly, we're showing a big increase in flights both to amber and green. In fact, more to amber than green, and perhaps that's because the flights are still to come on the greens, but with the reds, very, very low indeed. And my last slide is just to look at the forecast. What do we see happening in 2021, or at least in the next 12 months? Well, we run quarterly forecasts looking forward 12 months. And at the end of Q1, we saw 2021 actually getting within 7% of 2019. So when we come to our next quarterly forecast, I think we'll be revising that upwards probably to see 2021 really hitting 2019. Thank you very much, and look forward to discussion.
Great. Thank you so much, Richard. Thank you so much, Francisco. That was awesome. While you were both speaking, we had a poll for the audience asking them what do they expect global flights to change by over the next 6 months. Francisco, before I give you their result, what would you choose?
We believe that, definitely the trending, there's a pattern that shows we should see increase versus 2019 included, and especially for international travel and large cabin, we should see the activity spike up.
Any guess? 20%, 15%?
Versus 2019? Versus 2019, I would say in the range of somewhere between 7 and 10%.
And Richard, your last figure, you were going for 5% at the moment?
Well, it's a little bit nuanced, because I would say in the US, certainly over the next 3 or 4 months, we're going to see, 10 to 15% increase in flight activity compared to 2019. Europe is going to be a little bit, first of all, it's a little bit slower to come back. Secondly, last summer in Europe was actually, it actually kind of came back, restrictions were lifted. So I'm not sure we're going to see the same, sort of year-on-year lift, because it'll be competing with that. But versus 2019, it will get a lot closer. Towards the end of the year, Al, I think the big question is, are restrictions kind of reintroduced in some ways?
So utilization is really exciting for everyone in the industry, particularly FBOs, particularly maintenance companies like JSSI, who are involved in the maintenance industry. Do you see charter rates rising significantly this year? Richard?
Well, from my side and from Wing's side, absolutely. I mean, charter rates. Do you mean charter pricing? Do you mean fees? Yeah, because the inventory is just going to get tied up at this rate. I mean, it's. I would say to some extent, the market is, the inventory is more available because you've had some of the scaled up players creating global fleets, and the channels are much more accessible. But I think at some point pretty soon, the brokers are going to find that inventory is really getting quite tight, and some prices are going to have to be sort of channeled through to consumers.
Francisco, you've got some huge charter customers. Are you feeling the same way?
I would say it's a very broad question, Ali. I would say it depends on the region of the world and the segment of the charter. I do concur with Richard. In certain segments, we will see the price firm up, but there's other segments where we believe, not necessarily. It's becoming more accessible to the rest of the new entrants, especially, right? On the lower end of the charter. So I believe the question should be segmented. Yes, on one end of the market, no on the other end of the market.
That was a true economist's answer. Thank you. Thanks so much, guys. That was really positive and really uplifting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Cheers.
Okay, we're now going to stick with numbers and data, but we're switching from utilization to finance. We're absolutely delighted to have Nick Faziloli from Jefferies, who's going to take us through investing in business aviation. Jefferies was probably the first investment bank to really target business aviation. And in 2013, it made a concerted effort, led by Nick, actually. Nick, welcome, to go into this market. And since then, it's closed 38 transactions, pretty much all of the major operators. It's worked on both of the large FBO transactions. So we're delighted to have Nick Faziloli from Jefferies. Nick, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me, Alistair. It's great to be here.
Is this a nice break from you? Because you've had a busy year.
Yeah, indeed. It's a good, just talking to, a little one-on-one conversation versus large conference calls and such. No, it's good to be here.
And you haven't got to do you haven't got a deck. You don't need to pitch me on anything.
That's exactly right.
It's crazy though, isn't it? Last year we spoke, and the interest in business aviation as a sector is off the chart.
Yeah, no, it's been an incredibly active year, and I think it's really a function. I think of a couple different things. One, I think the investment community is seeing real permanent changes in the landscape, in a movement towards private aviation. I think it's partially a function, as the prior presentation was making. I think it's partially a function of commercial schedules coming down, and people just, the accessibility is going to be down for a period of time. But I also think that there's a feeling that when business travel comes back, it's going to be a lot more acceptable in the boardroom under the guise of safety and security. For one, it's almost like the opposite of the issue we had in Jetgate, back in 2009, where it became a shameful thing. I think now, it's actually a positive thing, right? So a lot of these people who picked up flying private during the pandemic, may not be going back. And then I think this technology and sharing economy, that's going on about expanding the pie of the addressable market. I mean, something that Wheels Up called, 8-9 years ago, right, is starting to happen, right? And people are always excited to see an expanding marketplace due to technology or utilization, and then just still fragmentation. It's still massively fragmented, right? Institutional investment in this space is still only about 10 years old versus decades in commercial, right? And the consolidation is happening now is fairly tremendous, but between the growth capital needed to support all this, plus M&A and consolidation, that's just going to attract a lot of investors.
So when you were out shopping Wheels Up 10 years ago, 9 years ago, you were having to explain the industry to people. Now, the investors and institutions just get it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, everyone understands. I mean, look, before it was just not a space that people invested in a big way. Absent some of the big public companies like BBA at the time, I obviously had very significant exposure to BizAv, but in terms of private equity and growth capital, it was a big education exercise about what was going to go on in the maturing of the space and such. And now I think people see it, people that understand it, and particularly in the last year, people are just trying to now think through how all this plays out to the benefit of to the benefit of the investor and the benefit of the industry. The other thing is with like Wheels Up going, announcing their public transaction in February is still not closed yet, but you've got public prospectuses out there. Vista has been an institutional bond player for a number of years, so there's just sort of more data. One Sky did an institutional term loan, so there's just more information out there, and it is getting kind of easier to understand, and now it's just about how you actually play it from here.
This year we've already seen Wheels Up announce its IPO. You're right, it hasn't actually closed yet. We've had Blade out there. You advised on the Atlantic Aviation transaction. We've had Signature going private. Yeah, it's more than we've ever seen. I think the last record was way back when Hawker was sold to Goldman and Onyx. Yeah. Is there much more out there? Can you see more deals coming this year, or are we going to have a bit of a pause?
No. I absolutely. I actually think, broad trend, like it's still early innings. These have obviously been some very big transactions, but keep in mind when those transactions happen and they get in the hand of new owners or new investors, that means it resets the clock on their need to grow and deploy capital and put money to work. And so you're going to see it downstream from there, right? I mean, a lot of the investment wave, as you said, got started on the operator side, right? With a few of the kind of these household brand names like the One Skies and Wheels Ups and Vistas, starting to broadening their offering and raise capital to grow, right? And that leads to a reshaping of the industry and a lot of M&A and capital raising that'll go with it. But I still think it's early, and that extends to the whole ecosystem too. I mean, FBOs, like as you mentioned, they've always been a very popular investment theme for private equity, and obviously Signature and Atlantic were both listed until the past 6 months. But now what you've seen is the two biggest players trade in the hands of the biggest, investors in the world, right? With Blackstone and KKR. And they're obviously going to take a very long-term play on further consolidation and investment. MROs, again, always very popular investment areas. And then some of these, I would call kind of data technology or software plays are very attractive. The issue is just usually finding something of scale that works. And, JSSI, who you just had on, right? You saw GTCR do that deal, in the last year. That's another kind of very unique play on the space and something investors had circled for a long time, just because it's such a unique model, and you're going to clearly see them try and do more to grow. So all this movement into the big platform just means everyone's now going to reset, and now they need to grow it, right? Because they just invested.
So Jefferies is very involved in the airline market, and we've seen the US airline market in particular consolidate hugely in the last 20 years, or simplify hugely in the last 10, 15 years. How you touched on the fact that business aviation is so much more fragmented. How quickly can you see it consolidating, or do you see it ever getting close to that level of 5 big operators?
It's a good question. I think so. I think you're going to continue to. What is clearly happening, I see this kind of divergence going on where you have a few of the big brands. Take the NetJets, now I'm talking about the operator side, right? You take the NetJets, you take the Wheels, the One Sky, the Vista. They're kind of in the B2C market, right? Where they're trying to become the big brand, the everything store, what have you. And they're broadening what they offer. You see people adding sales and management and, other type of services kind of within that. And then there's sort of this whole ecosystem right below them of what I call kind of B2B or some of these private label just operators who are just very good at providing lift within a certain aircraft class or in certain regions, and in some cases you're seeing vertical integration of that. Like you saw Wheels up to, TMC and Mountain and some of the others. You saw Vista do Red Wing, where they're actually going down and acquiring that because it's such scarce lift and they can capture margin, and it kind of makes sense. But I also think you're going to see more consolidation and simplification of the broker market. Like if you see what Vista just did, with Apollo, right? That was one of the biggest names in kind of traditional brokerage now being married up with one of the big branded platforms. And obviously the play there is to bring those customers into that ecosystem and then get the benefits of, those flyers and, match it up with the fleet. So it's simplifying. I mean, if you really think about when I started in the commercial airline industry 20 plus years ago, there were like 9 or 10 major players, all falling all over each other. And it was kind of a race to the bottom. Here, you've got some of that consolidation happening and also just a sophistication of the market. So I think you'll never run into, the airline industry can't go much further because you're going to run into regulatory. I mean, already in many of these cases, these guys are monopolies in their home kind of hub airports, if you will. The BizAv space doesn't have that because of the floating fleet, but there's still a lot of rationalization to go, and it's going to get more sophisticated, more technology driven. And I still think kind of this bifurcation of B2B versus B2C, and then the whole ecosystem will, Atlantic and Signature, right? They're going to keep trying to roll up more and more, and you're going to have more brands, no doubt.
And the interesting thing is we've got cash, which operators have got cash. We saw Jet Edge last week getting a large chunk of debt. And we've also got aircraft becoming less easily available. We're getting less, it's harder to buy aircraft now. We've got manufacturers haven't got the same. So it's always like a perfect storm for consolidation. If you need lift, you almost have to buy an operator.
Yeah, in some ways it can be a defensive move, right? Like if the more and more you see these hybrid models with the B2C guys, the brand names, kind of using a mix of their owned aircraft and then marketplace or third-party aircraft, those are scarce. There's a lot of pull on them. They're flying all around. In order to secure that lift to keep the marketplace going, I think that's why you're seeing some of these moves to kind of vertically integrate. No doubt.
One of the interesting things about business aviation is I remember 5-10 years ago, we went through all the top operators, and about 30% are family owned. And I'm talking about the Priesters, the Clay Laces, some fantastic operators out there. Do you see them staying as boutique or large boutique? We're talking some very large, significant companies. Do you see something happening there, or do you see alliances like we saw with airlines where people don't necessarily want to merge, but they, like Star Alliance or One World?
That's an idea. I mean, you're talking about some of the best, the best brand names, in our sector there. But that's the nice thing is like there are opportunities for the, let's just say, smaller operators or privately held or not public companies, not owned by KKR. I think where there's good kind of management teams and compelling business models or niche that they play in the sector, there's still a lot of opportunity, and that can be done through. We work on structuring these deals all the time. Like that can be done through kind of a straight acquisition where, someone merges in and the family or the owner, keeps some share of either their specific business or they become part of the bigger piece. But then also just they have the option to take capital if they need capital to grow or want capital to grow to kind of keep up with what's going on in the sector. There are ways to bring it directly into those businesses. I mean, it's not just for the big players here because, where there's a good team and thesis, capital is available, and for those that operate aircraft, there's kind of a number of different ways investors can come in, right? They can invest directly into the business itself and use it for working capital growth, what have you. But then you also see kind of hybrid approaches like the KKR deal that you mentioned with Bill at JetEdge, right? Where it's kind of a mix of their investing in the company, but then also providing capital just for him to grow fleet. These businesses, for the most part, what's nice about this sector is you have it's pretty easy to see the unit economics, meaning if a business is doing this, they can look at the returns and the profit margins on their business, and then you can extrapolate it if it's just a matter of securing more fleet, or more locations. It's pretty easy for investors to kind of see the path, and therefore you're seeing a ton of interest. So we're doing deals up and down the kind of scale, right, from sort of less than 10 million of EBITDA all the way up to hundreds and hundreds of millions.
It's interesting on the operator landscape because you've got NetJets that doesn't seem interested in M&A, and then you've got all the others going down. I guess the one elephant in the room is OEMs. On more and more on the MRO side, we're seeing OEMs come in and buy market share in the aftermarket. Do they still control the market to a large extent across? If we've already got General Dynamics has Jet Aviation. If Bombardier wants to buy an operator, does that change everything, or does that make it even more attractive to investors?
If they want to buy an MRO, you mean?
I'm thinking more if they want to go into operating.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think historically it's been made clear that the OEMs kind of owning, some sort of fractional or charter player, like, that's obviously where FlexJet came from, and there was the Citation chairs, piece there. I think that's less likely going forward. But your other point on investing in and controlling, like Jet Aviation, or like if you remember the Hawker Pacific deal that we worked on that sold to Jet, controlling kind of the aftermarket, making sure that the spare parts and service business stays intact is sort of an annuitized way to capitalize on their installed base versus kind of sweating new deliveries every quarter to quarter. That's a tough business, right? And if you think about what all of these business models that we just talked about are trying to do, they're all trying to get more utilization out of less aircraft, right? Versus, it's fairly inefficient if you think about the average utilization of these aircraft versus what you see in commercial or even defense. And so the business model that a lot of our clients are embarking on is very, very logical, and you're seeing it in every other, kind of parallel industry. So, that makes it more challenging for the OEMs, right? I mean, if the movement is away from whole aircraft ownership, they have to think of other ways to kind of create it. And so you've definitely seen this move into kind of aftermarket and services. And that's both, in some ways good and bad, depending on how the alliance works with some of the independent MROs. But, the problem in the MRO industry is just there's not that many scale play. I mean, you've got the very big, the Standard Arrows, the Duncans, the West Stars, of the world. But there's a lot of interest in investment in that area. There's just not that many kind of available players. But that's, for years, that's been a huge area in commercial aviation that we work a lot on, is the maintenance industry.
And in aviation, one area that's hotter than business aviation investment at the moment is VTOL and the future flight. And we've seen One Sky ordering significant aircraft. We've seen Blade planning its IPO. Any thoughts on that market?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's coming. It's fascinating, and it's fun for me because normally Wall Street doesn't have really a great way to play in that early of company. That's usually the realm of venture capital and wealthy individuals who are funding kind of I mean, it's fascinating stuff, and frankly, the sort of that technology kind of getting closer to being ready on top of what happened with the SPAC market in the past year has really opened up a lot of doors for these companies to, pull forward years and years of investment rounds into one pot. Now they're all going to be publicly traded companies, many of which with no revenue for a long time, which will be interesting. But you've seen it with Virgin Galactic and the space side. as well, right? I mean, they're still not, generating any real revenue and flying passengers. They've been public for, a number of years now. So it's been great. I mean, it's going to happen. There's a lot of players out there, so no doubt there's going to be some shakeout somewhere. But it is a really interesting kind of new path and angle. And like you said, you're already seeing the big branded, Wheels Up announced with Textron. One Sky is announced their deal with Embraer. You're already starting to see them in the theme of expanding their kind of pie and their brand into this sort of urban vertical lift. It's coming, and with helicopters too, right? Ken Rickey's been very active on the helicopter operator side too, which is a very logical extension. So it's coming. It's interesting. I'm glad Wall Street got to play a healthy role in bringing capital to that space.
Although I think Virgin Galactic and Aerion are quite interesting parallels, where Aerion was unlucky with its timing. Virgin Galactic got out there, got public early. If I'm looking to raise capital, if I'm running an operator or an MRO and I've got a good strategic plan, do I need to act now? Would you say hurry now? The markets are hot.
It's impossible to time. I mean, look, we could have been talking about this in 2014, 15. I would have said, hey, the window's open for BizAv, you better hurry. And like for the last 5 years, it's been wide open, if not more wide now. So it's hard to predict, but every macro, our practice has been exceptionally busy. And even with commercial kind of being off to the sideline the past year, except for some restructuring stuff, we've been as busy as we ever have. But that's not just, across the entire firm at Jefferies and other banks, not just us. Like everyone is just flat out, right? Between the interest rates, the access to cash, people betting on recovery. I mean, it's just like every kind of star is lining up for M&A. So it's hard to find a, better time that I've seen, but I just have no idea how long it lasts or naturally what knocks it off its, trajectory. It's hard to predict.
That's brilliant. Nick, thank you so much for joining us, and I look forward to seeing what your next deal is.
Thank you very much for having me, as always, and good luck with the rest of the conference.
Thanks so much. That was Nick Faziloli from Jefferies. And we're now going to look at valuation. Every aircraft pricing, one of the key questions, one of the key topics that always comes up. And who better to moderate this session than Richard Berkemeier from Pegasus Aircraft Appraisal. If you cut Richard in half, he bleeds ASA blood. Richard, over to you.
Al, thank you so much. Good to see you today. And I have a brilliant cast of characters who are joining me today on the panel. We all would like to thank you. And I expect there'll probably be a very large crowd in Miami at CJI in Miami. I think the mask will be off, and I expect a big group and the like. So let's see. Are my the rest of? Yeah, there we go. There's my panel. So we've got an interesting group. I'm going to first start out with kind of the appraisers. I'll start out with David Crick. First of all, I want to congratulate David. He is, at the end of the month, becomes the president of the American Society of Appraisers. He is the first person outside of the U.S. to have that role. There's been several assassination attempts already from some of the members of this panel who wish to remain anonymous. I'm happy to share any of that information afterwards or the like. But David, what do you see going on in the marketplace? First of all, are you busy at all doing appraisals in the corporate space? What's taking place?
Yeah, we are quite busy, and a lot of it is based on acquisitions. And I guess you know, as a lot of us have been aware that 2020 was kind of a year of two halves. The first 3 quarters were kind of either quiet or non-existent, and then the fourth quarter was kind of made up for the rest of it. what we're seeing is that that's continued through to the first quarter or first couple of quarters of 2021. But what's interesting is that because of all the activity in acquisitions and transactions, it's given us a much better feel for what the values actually are and what they're settling out at. But then that all changes again because the inventory of stock disappears, and now there's a real lack of inventory, not just in the US but in other countries as well. So not only did the prices stabilize, but now in some markets they're increasing. There's just not enough inventory, so people are having to pay, what the sellers are asking rather than what the buyers are wanting to spend. So that's
on that issue of inventory, is that good inventory or is it the bottom of the bucket sort of thing?
The inventory that's left?
Yes.
The inventory that's left, I don't know. When we're doing our analysis of an aircraft that we're trying to determine a value on, a lot of the aircraft that are left either are in odd jurisdictions, or they may be older aircraft with perhaps some damage history or some significant problems, or they've been languishing on the market for a significant period of time for more than a year or a couple of years, or there's just known problems with them. So the good stock is just very, very difficult to find. So that late model, low hour aircraft is just tough to find right now.
Yeah, well, I will mention that Elvis's Learjet is on the market and is very good. Doesn't have engines currently, but
didn't it last sell for around 400,000?
I think so, something like that.
You might get more for it now, right?
Yes, I think it is worth more. So what about the large cabin? A lot of people can't travel internationally, or it's starting to. Looks like it'll be opening up and the like. I know I was on an earlier session, and the claim was that you can't get a charter. I won't be able to go to Aspen on a charter. I'll have to take a bus or something. But what about the large cabins? What do you see in there?
There's a lot of people that dream about going to Aspen, so that's a good thing. But large cabin stuff, I don't know. We've just done a couple in recent weeks, and looking at recent transactions in the last 6 months for some of those large cabins, there's been 30 and 40 transactions of that specific model in the last 6 months. So there's been a lot of transaction activity. And just looking, like if you're looking after for a 2015 or a 2017 of some of these models, there are literally just none on the market. The ones that are there are either pending or like deal pending or contract under contract. There's not much out there, and they may have an odd configuration. They may have like an aft galley or something or other that is not as desirable. So it's tough to find stuff. That large cabin stuff is still popular.
But I will mention again that the Elvis plane, it has a large cabin as well. Jeff, let me I really want to get down to the nitty gritty. We have a lot of starving aircraft appraisers in the U.S., and then along comes Mente, and is the big bad wolf, and is taking all the work from starving appraisers, aircraft appraisers in the U.S. Let me ask you this: Are you guys doing any appraisals? Are you sitting out at the swimming pool drinking pina coladas all day long? I know it's hot down there. What is it, 120 or something in Dallas or Texas or wherever you're at?
It's a beautiful day here in Dallas, and it's about it'll be just over 100 degrees today. So
nice.
Yeah, we're getting our fair share of work. I would see what last year for us was a lot of refi work through the pandemic, and then as David indicated, through Q4 we saw the market just completely wake up. A lot of transactions, I believe, for tax implications. And as we rolled into 21, that volume just continued to echo David's sentiments as well, until the inventory was almost dried up in some of the markets. We continue to see a lot of transactions with regards to, it seems this year is more focused on doing physical appraisals. So we're going out and visiting the aircraft. I think a lot of the financial institutions are having a lot of trouble justifying some of the transaction values that they're seeing in the marketplace. And as a result, they really want to get eyes on the aircraft. For all of the aircraft that I've gone to visit, most are in a very good state. There's very few that have had any, material hair on them, so to speak, damage or configuration issues or the like. From what we see, the broker community is doing a great job of kind of mining their clientele and being able to offer the market some opportunities.
Okay, and I asked you earlier, you mentioned that Brian's got a lot of transactions in the work and the like, and I had said, well, isn't there a shortage of inventory and the like? What are your thoughts there? Are we running out of inventory of good quality used aircraft?
And Jeff, I saw something popped into my inbox on Friday, Rick, to add that the percentage of the fleet for sale has now dropped below 5%, something like 4.8 or 4.9. Are you a believer in that number?
I would look overall, yes, and I would look into smaller markets like the G650 market. You might be at 2%. I mean, there's just not a lot of aircraft that are available to transact in particular markets. The one I've been most active in lately has been the Challenger 300 market. There is a lot of deals pending in that segment, and we're looking at the 4% saturation range there. The G550, it's all across the board. G550s, G450s, even going into PC-12s. It's really hard to find available inventory.
And what about the OEMs, the trade-ins? Do they have any, or is that stock disappeared as well?
Yeah, there's still opportunities that come through. I know, back on the 300 market, I know Bombardier Pre-Owned has 2 that are coming to market that never even are going to make it to the market, and they're already transacting. Yeah, they have actually. They're looking for quality inventory to just represent, not even associated with a new aircraft order.
Got it.
And in terms of the OEMs, their backlogs continue to grow.
Jeff, you also had made a comment that a lot of guys aren't even doing pre-buys on aircraft because there's such a shortage, or they're taking them without doing pre-buys. Any thoughts there?
Well, that was a unique phenomenon that I had mentioned at the end of 2020. We had such a rush on aircraft or on sales that there wasn't capacity with any of the FBOs or maintenance providers for pre-buy slots. So we actually had a couple of transactions that occurred without a pre-buy, but had a post-transaction pre-buy that was handled through a holdback. So the pre-buy does get done. It was just getting done after the transaction.
Okay. And last question for you and David. What is the breakout of the appraisal activity? Is it property tax, financial reporting, new deliveries? How does it all break out for you two guys?
I'll let Dave go first.
For corporate jets, it's primarily pre-lend. It's appraisals for mortgage security purposes, where financiers and bankers are taking a position on an aircraft, usually for a transaction or a refinance. But in other markets, like in general markets or in helicopters or in other types of aircraft, there's a lot of other activity that's either for financial reporting or for consolidation or for mergers and acquisitions, rather than for actual transactions. But corporate jets, it's primarily about transactions.
Jeff?
And I would echo as well. The majority is for financial transactions as part of a final sale. We always get a nice spread of some tax work and some refi work and some just balance sheet work. But 90% of it is all new transactions.
Got it. I am seeing a certain amount of property tax. The assessors are becoming ravenous in those states. So that's popping up a fair bit.
Yeah, I would think right now that's kind of working against a client. So with the market values going up, that's
correct,
actually supporting or even hurting further the client's expectations.
Absolutely. Good. Lewis, I'll have you pull up the slide deck, and I'd next like to ask Tony some questions. All right. Tony, talk to me like I'm a 2-year-old on your slides here and explain this to me. I know this is your kind of your maintenance model, and what does this tell us? Your slides tell us.
Well, in a lot of respects, it just shows you via data what David and Jeff have been talking about. If you look at the market, now we only track 134 models, which is a subset of the entire market, but they're the 134 models that in our mind really matters. And so when you look at them, the availability peaked in June of 2020, and it's been steadily decreasing ever since then. And so now, in the month of May, we've had the lowest level of availability on the market. And if you look down below in the lower part of the chart, you'll see the comparison between May 2020 and May 2021 relative to the active fleet listed for sale. As Lou mentioned earlier, I mean, the numbers are very, very small, and they're probably smaller than this they're definitely smaller than this on the total market basis. Again, we're only looking at 134 models. But if you look at large jets, the availability of the ones we track went from 10.7 to 5.9. Overall availability went from over 11 to down to 8. I mean, the only one that's got some decent availability, again, only from the models we track, is midsize. So it's a tough scenario if you're looking to acquire aircraft. In terms of finding decent airplanes or decent stock out there, young, low time aircraft. If we go to the next slide, I'll show you something else.
Thanks, Liz. Yep.
The maintenance exposure. Maintenance exposure is a term that we use. We define it as embedded or accrued maintenance expense on the aircraft that are listed for sale. And what you can see is that the maintenance exposure on the inventory has been increasing over the last year, meaning that the higher quality assets are the ones coming out of inventory, and there's certainly not many going back in, if at all. I mean, the chart is sawtooth like you would expect, but the overall trend is one that shows that the number of airplanes that are available for sale today in the current inventory are not of the highest quality, if you will. They're not the sort of pedigrees that most buyers would want to see. And the interesting thing of what maintenance exposure does, if we go to the next chart, maintenance exposure actually can impact the sellability of an aircraft or the marketability of an aircraft. And this chart, although it's a little busy, shows the maintenance exposure to price ratio, or ETP ratio. The ETP ratio is an interesting equation. If you divide the maintenance exposure by the ask price of the aircraft, you will get some number, some ratio. When that ratio goes over 40%, the days on market increase more than 30% on the aircraft, on an aircraft listed for sale. And the problem is buyer and seller inability to reach a deal. The buyer decreases the offer price to address the maintenance that's embedded in the aircraft, and the seller finds the price unacceptable, and so the deal never happens. And if you take a look at the difference between aircraft that have an ETP ratio below 40%, which is the gray bar, and aircraft that have an ETP ratio above 40%, which is the red bar, you can see in the red squares the differential between the two. I mean, in the second quarter, in the first quarter of this year, the differential was 69% in terms of days on market. So you can see that, you know, the number of aircraft are fewer, the quality of the assets is lower, and the amount of time that the assets that are on the market, that it's taking to remarket the assets that are on the market is continually increasing.
So Tony, in 2008, we had kind of the beginning of a perfect storm. I think GE was repossessing the millionaire's house and their homes and their jets and everything and putting them in storage and that sort of thing. What do we have going on here? There's a shortage of planes. If I call Bombardier in the morning and try to order an aircraft, I can't get it for a couple of years or whatever. What do you see taking place here?
Well, what we see taking place is there are a lot of aircraft buyers that have to talk to an existing aircraft owner about what will it take to sell this airplane, which in effect is driving pricing upward, because the only, you know, the main reason why someone would let go of their airplanes because of a deal that they can't pass up on. And so you're having a lot more aircraft that are not listed for sale trading, and we see that month after month. Well, we've seen that month after month in about the last 3-4 months. The aircraft that are trading continue to be the higher quality aircraft, and unless somebody can get apparently a terrific price, because some of the lower quality aircraft that do trade amaze me that someone would be willing to buy that asset, considering the embedded maintenance that's involved in it. So it has to be a price equation is the way we're figuring it. But generally speaking, I mean, if you want a good aircraft today, you're going to have to go buy it from an existing operator that hasn't listed it for sale. And when I say good aircraft, I don't mean from a safety standpoint. I'm talking about from an asset quality standpoint and the embedded maintenance associated with it.
Got it. Lou, I'd like to go over to you and talk a little bit about how utilization filters into all this and what you were seeing over at JSSI in terms of hours flown and the like. And Louis, if you could pull up the next slide.
Okay. Well, Rick, first, let me congratulate you as well as David in your recent election victory at ASA. And I know under the leadership of you and David, ASA is going to clearly go great places in the next couple of years. So great to have you two on the board and leading the association. Within the last hour, we had a really good utilization discussion with my colleague Francisco as well as Richard from WINGX, and I'm actually going to bring back a couple of slides and that Francisco used. But I think, Rick, when we were preparing for this discussion, it was your belief that an active market and utilization clearly track one another. And I think if we did a 2-year look back here, and you could see where, when we started 2020, January and February were not bad years. I'm sorry, bad months. Utilization was good. we were starting to hear about COVID in February, and then things dropped off in March. And in April, it was looked like everybody parked their airplane. It came back a little in May. It sort of limped along at the bottom till maybe the fourth quarter. And there were clearly some December uptick in activity. However, at the end of the year, the number was about 30%. So the takeaway here in 2020, utilization was down across all segments, roughly 30% of where it was the previous year in 2019. And let me say that, and Francisco sort of touched upon it, I think what the JSSI numbers do is, if you look at our portfolio, it's a lot of clients flying out of about 80 different countries, but we have airplanes ranging from single engine turboprops like a TBM 830 up to a BBJ and virtually everything in between. So it's a great representation of the market. And if you look at May, and I want to thank our accounting people because we're just about 2 weeks from the close of May, so they got the numbers together for both Francisco and me very quickly. But you could see where May of 2021 has now exceeded May of 2019, and utilization in April and May of 2019 was very good.
Got it. What about going a little deeper on the large cabin?
Yeah,
they've been able to fly those things.
Yeah, and I think, well, you know, clearly the uptick in utilization was in the mid-sized market. We saw some uptick in owner flown, right? If you own your own CJ, you weren't going to get on the airline, and as domestic travel opened up, we saw an uptick there. But I think Francisco touched upon it, and I was recently reading within the last couple of days an Argus report, and with Europe now beginning to open up, we are seeing in our main numbers, we did reflect a fair amount of large cabin utilization. So that is on the way back as well.
Got it. And I'll take comments from anyone on the panel. So today, if I'm down in Dallas, Texas, and I have a little trailer, or I'm here in Rhode Island with a little trailer, and it's got a little bit of land, and I put it up for sale, and I want 100,000, I get 15 offers, and it sells for 220. And people moving out of New York, what have you. Do we have the same thing going on in this market?
Rick, I'll just comment from a perspective of about a week before last, I happened to have lunch with one of our lending clients, and the comment they made is like, every day is like late December. They literally are keeping underwriting people there late every night, and they just simply can't turn the transactions around quickly enough. So we're just seeing the lenders are seeing a lot of activity. This is clearly a very robust market.
And what is the panel telling your banking clients about residuals? Now, Tony, I know you're in the appraisal side as well. What are you projecting are the residuals of these things in this overheated market?
Well, the way we look at residuals, we tend to focus a lot on how much maintenance is in the aircraft, and that does affect a lot of where residuals are going. Residual trends haven't changed that dramatically, but for those people that are overbidding on aircraft in order to get something to fly right now, the chances are that once some more stabilization read inventory shows up on the marketplace, that additional payment that they made to get the asset is going to catch up with them. Just to go back to the question you were asking earlier about, how many aircraft are likely, or how quickly are aircraft likely to sell. I think that comes down to what the average or what the condition is of the asset, what the age is of the asset. I mean, some of the older airplanes, they may very well be with their final owner. There are airplanes that are getting absolutely, or sellers that are getting absolutely no offers right now, and you can tell because the aircraft have been on the market for 400, 500, 1,000 days. Though some of these assets are just in no man's land relative to a potential trade, while others, as Jeff was alluding to earlier, they get sold before they even hit the market.
So David and Jeff, a lot of the appraisals I do for banks, I'm asked to track the plane's value over the next 5 years. So give them a number today and what's it going to be worth in 5 years? Maybe the transaction's 5 or 7 years. Note or what? How are you advising your clients today on that, on values 5 years out in the light? What are you seeing? Given that maybe people are overpaying and then there's a shortage and there's a difficult, it's going to take a while to get new planes as well.
Well, Rick, I would not be changing anything with regards to my residual forecast for future valuations. And I would caution anybody that would think about doing that. I would suspect that the banks right now are having a really good time because they're really not experiencing any kind of depreciation. But the ebb and flow of market activity and market pricing, it always comes back to the curve. And I really would stay the course with any of my predictions. The conversations are a little bit harder now just because, people tend to get a sentiment that things are not going to change. But I think we've all seen that, the future is uncertain and things always do change. So stay the course with your residuals.
David?
Yeah, I don't have anything much different to say than Jeff. I think that it's even if you talk about the conditions of the market today, there's not enough evidence to say that the depreciation curve is going to change. And I think there's three basic areas where transactions sort of get held up. One is the inventory, which is about the amount of stock that's available for sale. I think the second thing, which I alluded to earlier, is somewhat associated with jurisdiction. And we're seeing that because of global travel restrictions, it's really tough sometimes to get the appropriate entity to do the pre-purchase inspections, particularly if they're in a different jurisdiction to where the buyer is and where the seller is, or where the seller is. And then the third thing I think we're finding is that the financial institutions are being a lot more pedantic and a lot more thorough in their process. And so where things took, say, 4 to 6 weeks to bring to conclusion, we're now seeing them take 8 to 10 weeks to come to conclusion. And so when the finance process is taking that long, the short amount of supply is going, and people that are taking a whole bunch of time to get their finance together are missing out on the available stock because they don't have the ready available cash flow.
Got it. We had one of our ASA appraisers. He was appraising $1 million piece of yellow iron, a Caterpillar machine, and he used an $80 drone, and he crashed it into the Caterpillar. I don't think our friends in the corporate aviation space would want to see that sort of thing happen. Lou, you had a comment?
Yeah, Rick, I just going back to my old days in the leasing business, just look in the rear view mirror. If you were a lessor and you did a deal in, let's say, in the late 90s, you did a 5 to 7 year operating lease and you got the airplane back prior to 2008, you probably did very well in terms of realizing some upside on your booked residual. However, if you did a deal in 2006 or 2007 and that airplane came back in 2009 or 10, you probably didn't realize quite the residual you were anticipating. So I do agree with both Jeff and David. I think, you know, I would not change. If I were today with one of the lessors, I would not change my residual strategy. And again, many prudent CFOs lay that residual risk off on an institutional investor, and that's one of the things that drives leasing.
Got it. We're getting close to the end. Jeff, I asked you this question a while back. Mente had a huge equity infusion or whatever. Does that impact you on the appraisal side? Are you doing a lot more appraisals of maybe significant pools of planes and stuff like that? Any impact there? No impact on what you're doing? Also, one other question. Let me ask another question. Do you see it as a conflict of interest that you work for Mente? And I know what your response sort of is. I don't see it as any sort of conflict. How do you measure that?
Well, the first part, it's really not affecting my world. With the alliance that was made, I think that gives certainly the company the flexibility to do investments and transactions that they previously might not have been able to do. As well as I think one of the bigger benefits is going to be the 135 certificate that is part of the transaction. So my hope is that that is exercised and exploited to its fullest potential. Let's put it that way. And with the second part of the question, no, it's never been a conflict, and I've never had a problem with any of my contacts or my colleagues or any of my clientele. I think it brings actually an aspect that not any of the other appraisers have. Yeah, because we're connected with a brokerage, we have an insight into transactions that some of your other guys that are working out of their garages can't even come close with.
Yeah, I think on one of Al's earlier sessions, Mike over at Garden says, you guys know the value of that airplane second it's out there and the like, because you're in the market, you see a lot of it, and from our classes and like, we're getting a lot of the brokerage firms are sending their folks into the classes. Okay, we got about a minute left. Any closing comments? You've been a great panel.
Yeah, I would. Alasdair's got a question here from Roger Noble. Roger, yep. Great to see you or see words from you. But again, I think with a depreciation looking forward, I don't see that really being dictated. Not until, like David said, we have a much longer trend line, and even then, I would resist it.
David, any comment on Al's other question here? Buyer's remorse.
You know what? We're not really seeing that buyer's remorse side of things. In fact, the remorse we're seeing is from people that haven't bought because they've left it too long, thinking that the market would slow down.
Good point.
So I think we're kind of seeing the opposite to that.
Yeah.
One of the things that we've seen recently, and I don't know, Jeff, David, if you guys have seen it as well, it just came to mind. We're getting a number of inquiries from people to appraise aircraft because they want to sell it and they want to have a better idea of what it's worth. I don't know if you guys have seen that at all, but
we've seen some of that, Tony. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Not a lot, but
all right. Well, I'm going to hand this back over to Al. He's got the next group coming. I hope to see you all in Miami. I think there'll be a big crowd at CJI in Miami. So look forward to seeing you all in person. Thanks, Al.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. Great to see everybody.
Take care.
Thanks, guys. Richard, thank you so much for plugging CGI Miami. I promise you, I hadn't set that up. For those of you joining us, welcome to CGI Global 2021. If you are just joining us, where were you 8 hours ago? We started at 5 p.m. in Sydney, Australia. It's now 1 a.m. there. And special credit goes to David Crick from the last session, where it is actually 11 o'clock in Perth, Australia. So David, 11 o'clock in the afternoon, evening. So credit to David. And that was a great panel. We're now going to switch to the future. And we're delighted to have a session looking at actually the present, why the connected aircraft has arrived. Delighted to have 3 experts on connected aircraft: Steve McManus at GE Aviation, Kevin Duffner from GE Aviation Systems, and Michael Derion from Bombardier. So we've got a nice circle, all different sides of this. Hi guys, how are you all?
Well, great.
Let's start. Steve, you can start. Easy question. What is a connected aircraft?
Gosh, a connected aircraft. We were going to let Michael kind of take that one. Michael, I think we'll ask Michael to kick in on that because I think he's prepped. It's the aircraft guy. I'm an engine guy. Remember that?
You're always telling me that the engine's the complicated thing and that the aircraft's just tubes and a wing. Michael, take us through what is the connected aircraft.
It is complicated. Listen, connected aircraft means a lot of things for a lot of different people. You have, the first image you have is a cable following the aircraft. It's being plugged in, right? That's the first image everyone has. What do you mean by connected? But what we mean by connected aircraft is having the aircraft's pulse at all times. It's like having a patient in an ICU and the nurse is across the room with monitors and she has complete knowledge of what's happening to her patient. And if something changes, she has a set of procedures. She can adjust the IV, accordingly, right? And that's a bit of the same thing. What we mean by connected. And why connected now today is very simple, is that the technology has brought us there. We have Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, 4G, ATG, we have SATCOM, all make it possible at a very low cost to be able to provide the information to the operator, to the maintainers, to be able to fix something or see what's happening on the aircraft. So that's basically what connected aircraft means. I mean, we can go deeper into it, but from a aircraft point of view, it's having access to something that will eventually have been unplanned, and now making it more part of the planning of a maintenance. And that's the summary I can say about connected aircraft. Maybe Steve can add something to that.
Yeah, I think I love the idea, and we've been doing it in the commercial world for so many years. But with the latest Bombardier Global 7500 and the Passport engine, we have got more sensors on this engine than ever on any aircraft, and especially a business jet. And the Bombardier Global 7500 is a premier ship for this type of communication. The system was built around this kind of communication and process. We've got access to the engine data that we've never had, and we can help customers, continue their flight uninterrupted, and they get probably the most optimum value out of that aircraft because the pilots are aware that it's connected. That we've got increased safety because of that. You've got increased value in the aircraft because we know from the moment that engine first started up or that aircraft first started operation till today, whether how many years, we can build a history on that engine and that aircraft today. So when you're buying a product that's got a connected aircraft, you've got the history right there at your fingertips.
So, but if I can just for a moment just piggyback on Steve, is that Steve's view is the engines, but the same view is being also addressed across all the aircraft systems. So we got the engines, we got the APU, we got all of the avionics, everything that is triggering okay, a fault towards the ICAS displays where the pilot sees it and he's reacting to it, within a minute, the maintenance provider is receiving an email giving the same thing, and plus giving that person access to the specific maintenance task that needs to be performed or the part that needs to be addressed. And that gives him a strategic and logistic favor to be able to address it before the aircraft lands. Because from an overall point of view, okay, and I know I'm jumping here, but from a operations, you want that aircraft to go up and fly as quick as possible, not lose any revenue. That's the purpose.
If there is a hitch, and you're on the OEM programs, we're tuned in to already working a fix for you. You don't have to worry about going through a warranty system or added cost. It's all covered. It's supported right there.
Kevin, but where Michael's analogy of the ICU nurse falls down is you're not just taking the temperature every 10 minutes. Yeah. You're taking millions and millions of readings while an aircraft's flying. And actually, it's not just about the connectivity, is it? There's also a lot of very clever stuff going on when that data comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do a lot of stuff on board where we do some aircraft condition monitoring. So all that imagine tens of thousands, in some cases hundreds of thousands of parameters are being communicated on a regular basis all across the aircraft. Our systems that are on board will acquire that information and actually do some initial an assessment of that. And if we trigger or program to trigger various thresholds, we can alert through the communication means on the aircraft of what's going on, right? And it all happens seamlessly. So a lot to like what Mike was saying before, imagine your airplane's actually wired in, connected with a wire. We're kind of simulating that just by having all of our stuff connected on the aircraft itself and then piggybacking on the seamless communication mechanisms that are there, whether it be cellular, Wi-Fi, or ACARS or something like that, if it's happening to be something that happens in flight.
Okay, so we've talked about the connected aircraft. What does a connected aircraft operator look like?
Well, for the operator, for him, it's everything is puzzled. Everyone's part of a team. The pilot, okay, the crew brings the aircraft from point A to point B, where the principal or the owner or the customers don't know what's happening, which is the best flight there is. Right? They arrive, they take off on time, they arrive on time. That is the ultimate thing that we want. Now, from a operator point of view, is that aircraft turns around, brings in more customers or the principal at a certain time, again, on time to delivery. And the maintenance people behind are ensuring everything is being delivered, okay? The maintenance being delivered on time, the parts are being delivered on time. So for the operator, the connected aircraft is that other layer of what's missing, okay? To be able to give him, I wouldn't say the crystal ball, but he's got a finger on this aircraft. It's no longer a dead flight. The maintainer or the operator looks at the aircraft take off and only finds out once it lands. He's on top of it. And that's what makes this connected aircraft, this system, so good. And it's available. It's been available for many years. Being connected was developed on simulators in the 70s. Okay, because of the complexity of labels and connections. How do you fix a simulator? Same thing for Formula One racing. The telemetry. Why is it on it? It's because you want to be able to see how the tires are wearing. Is it is the pilots pushing the engine too much? Will I meet the pit? It's a bit the same concept, but the technology makes it accessible, and it's now on this business aircraft.
Well, I think the confidence you gain by seeing that your aircraft is operating well in real time, because you can look at it and know, during the flight or after the flight, there's a lot of confidence there. And then there's always going to be that surprise that something went awry. But what you get with that surprise today with a connected aircraft is you get a lot more time to plan that event. Okay, where before the event would happen and you may not know it for 30 days till you downloaded the data. and analyzed it. And by then it's very late and you might have to ground the aircraft at that point in time. Today, the likelihood of you grounding an aircraft because of a surprise event is very much diminished.
Which is like I mentioned, you're going from an unplanned event to now a more planned maintenance event at a later date because you're able to see it come. And this leads into like what the future operator looks like. Well, because the data and the information that is available with the algorithms and the analytics and the upcoming artificial intelligence will basically predict the failures. Right? It will basically predict the failures. You're going to ask a question, Alasdair.
Yeah, so Michael, are you basically saying the operator of the future will be a robot and we won't need people involved in the future?
He kind of already is. He kind of already is. He's getting fed by the computer. They just need somebody to go out and do the work.
See, from an operator point of view, what's the most important thing? Okay, not just delivering an aircraft, is delivering at the lowest cost possible. That's his job. His job is to run his operations as cheap as possible. And everyone knows everything is being automated, with computers and robots. Yes, but you can have a more streamlined team of people that are being guided by the exact data. No, there's no longer any guesswork about it. The onset, the upstream of the inputs are clear, and then it's going down a path. Because don't forget, you're not just looking at your aircraft; you're looking at the overall fleet, the health of the fleet at one point. So the product, we look at this as the aircraft product. Our models are much better and much healthier because of the connected aircraft. Right? So we're able to now detect a potential failure and be able to send that box to the OEM supplier, and he agrees based on the data that this box will fail, and no longer you will have any no fault found, which is another plague that we have in the industry of sending boxes and coming back no fault found. No fault found.
Right. No fault found is a big deal. Okay. Mm-hmm. Because we can isolate that instantaneously in the segment of the engine or the aircraft. Okay. And before you ask it, okay, we are not printing parts or having drones pick them up and dropping them off at the aircraft yet. We're not there yet.
Why not?
That was next year. That's next year, Steve.
Actually, to be honest, if you listen to the Africa session, the secret of being an operator, JP Faree from NAC said is getting paid up front. That's all you have to worry about. Kevin, what are your thoughts on the future operator?
So Mike hit on it just a little bit there. I was going to jump in and mention. So, we've been focused on a single operator operation. So imagine if you own a fleet, right? So now you've got this data being connected and you have similar type aircraft or even all of the same. And you see an indication through this data platform that we have that says, hey, a part's starting to wear. It's not operating as expected. You can proactively address that on the other airplanes before it becomes a problem. And so it starts to really broaden its impact, not just beyond a single aircraft, but to things beyond into like larger fleets and then even mixed fleets if you've got different types of aircraft that are all connected.
And I don't want to say from about 3 years ago, we did an analysis. We were at a customer site. It was a commercial customer, but the algorithms and the data on this business jet is built from the commercial side as well, because that's where the biggest volume comes from. We were at a commercial customer site talking to them about our predictability, and they said, "Oh, here is our fleet of aircraft, and we've had some problems with this valve." We said, "Can you guys analyze it?" Well, we were there. We sent it off to our digital team to analyze the data. They came back and said, "The next 5 aircraft, here's when we're going to see failures." Okay, they went out and pulled the maintenance on 5 of them. 4 of them, the part were imminent failure. Okay, this is how good this is starting to become.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, okay, I've got a question for you. I'm an operator, and one of the big trends in the last few years is that so many aircraft go on programs, and it's you doing well, it's your colleagues, your competitors doing a great job. why do I care? It's your problem. It's not mine when the engine breaks.
Well, it's because, if you're on the engine breaks. It's a mechanical machine. It's going to wear. Something's going to happen. So what do you get? So on a business jet, you're not stocked with LRUs or parts or bits. You're not prepared for the next service bulletin that's come out, or you're not going to be prepared for an AD that's going to come out. You would have to buy the parts, think about the maintenance, think about who's going to install it, and coordinate that activity in getting that part put on an engine or that part put on the aircraft. Or do I get a slot in a maintenance facility? When you're on a program like the Bombardier Smart Parts or the On-Point program, we are slotting that for you. We're managing that whole event. We're going to make darn sure, that we've got the parts ready for you, and they're ready to install, and the professional is going to put it. And besides that, it's probably going to be a brand new spanking part. Mm-hmm.
Okay, but this is really exciting. And I think anyone watching this can see the advantage of stopping AOGs, which cause headaches, gets customers upset. If you're running a flight department, it's a nightmare having to explain it to your boss. You take all of that away. But I guess the one thing which worries independent maintenance shops is that this is all controlled by engine makers and aircraft makers. Kevin,
customers in control of their maintenance at all time. We can only suggest or provide, here's what we would recommend. Okay.
But it has been proven, that for operators that have a budget, having the aircraft on smart parts, having the aircraft on a non-point, having an aircraft on connected aircraft, having the aircraft on a FOQA type FDM, from a finance and banker point of view, if I'm comparing a $50 million aircraft and let's say a Bombardier $50 million aircraft, knowing that it's on this, that aircraft is worth more. It will be able to be sold faster. And that's what's important for the investment sort of group, is that the aircraft, like Steve was mentioning, the parts are being replaced with new parts. The maintenance is being done on a regular basis. The aircraft has always been operational. Plus, the data does not lie. The information is available on this aircraft, a bit like Carfax, like they have, where has this car been owned by? This is the information that we bring on from an OEM point of view, that we have no control over a third-party service provider in regards to what they're putting on the aircraft. Has this STC supplemental type certification installed at the proper place? That information cannot be provided to the connected aircraft, right? So that's the advantages of having this thing. So in the end, is you want to lend $30 million to someone, you need to you need to understand the risk of going to go with this aircraft, and we're eliminating that. And on a global fleet wise, our product becomes even better because of it.
And I might, it's just not a Bombardier aircraft that we can connect. I mean, because a lot of people are doing. I mean, the Global 7500 is just like the best of the best. That's the highest producer. But Kevin is also putting products and connecting older products. We're doing it with the CF34 engines, but he's doing it with other engine manufacturers and airframers.
Kevin, are there aircraft that are too old for this?
Probably not. I mean, we require some of the research into what it would take to actually put one of our acquisition units on board. But we are capable of acquiring all of the legacy type avionics interfaces. So is it possible? Yes. And we are traditionally line fit with an STC being pursued with our partners in Bombardier on the Global and Challenger fleets. So long story short, yeah, it could be done. And it's not without probably a little bit of effort to make it happen.
So Michael talks about how having aircraft on a program makes it easier to sell, easier to finance, and faster to sell. And I think we'll all agree with that, and a higher price. And we've done surveys on this, and brokers believe it. Do you think soon we're going to see the if an aircraft's got good connectivity, it also sells faster and at a higher price? Are we going to see buyers soon, maybe in 2 years' time, 3 years' time, looking for aircraft that are connected to your systems? Steve?
Absolutely. I think they already want it, okay? As we offer the PHM Plus to customers, even at a cost, they love it. And when it first came out, a couple things happened. One buyer said, why do I want this program? It's OnPoint's got me covered no matter what. It's just going to help you, GE, with a lower maintenance bill. And maybe that's true, maybe it isn't. But what happens is a customer buys this aircraft so that they can get the highest utilization out of it. The value that they get from it is getting there faster, getting there on time without having to face crowds. And especially today, they don't want to be in the same cabin with people that are the working class, let's say like us, okay? So they get a free zone, they get access to an aircraft that's reliable and on time.
Great, we've got some fantastic questions from the audience, which I'm going to go through. One from Glyn Tookie. Hey, Michael, good to see you. But he has a question. KA, for example, has come down quite a lot in price from original release to the market. How do you see connectivity in the next year? Do you see the price increasing or continually being driven down?
Oh, Alasdair, I just lost you there.
That's fine. Do you? It's basically a question. Do you see connectivity prices coming down in the future?
We see it across board in every facet of the internet. Yes, because the competition makes it such, right? There's a Luxstream coming on top with the dual KU band. Viasat is introducing a very high-speed KA at a very good competitive price. The installation is the only factor that is constant. It's accessing the tail section to put that type of antenna on. That remains the same, but the technology will be developed and will be a better price at one point. Yes.
And installation is largely a labor cost.
Yeah. We've seen that same thing with the cell phone technology 20 years ago, right? How expensive it was.
Yes. And
we've all gotten rid of our home phones, or a good portion of us have.
Steve, I've got a great question from you, from Roger Noble. Or for you, Kevin. Is confidentiality an issue for operators regarding transmitting aircraft health status and the associated location of the aircraft? Have you had that question?
We've had that question on a continuous basis. The data isn't really looked at by a human, is looked at by the robot, the computer. Okay. The only time that it really is looked at by a human is when the algorithm isn't working, or the algorithm is confused, and then a human has to intervene and go, hey, what's the issue? And see if the algorithm, it's a sensor or a part or interfacing system on the aircraft is causing it, okay? That's the only time, and it's really, you're talking about safety, for the customer. I'll let Kevin answer the next piece of that.
Well, yeah, and that's a topic that's been brought up time and time again. We do, I'll pick on an example with the BA 7500, location data. It was always something that was of interest to be protected. And so we have options in our configurable within our system to turn that off. So it's not part of the data download set that comes across. So that was one step we were taking to try to obfuscate, if you, a little bit, to help protect the operator's interests.
Kevin, I've got another great one for you. This is from an anonymous user. And when it's anonymous, it's a harder question. As the tech expands and the oversight of the crew becomes greater, has there been any pushback from crews concerned with that oversight? You've got your FOCWA product, haven't you? Are you seeing this?
Personally, I have not. In fact, we've gotten quite the opposite. There's been an interest in gaining more and more information to help them be more effective with their tasks. And so we do have, coming out of the helicopter industry, there was the hum systems, which have been coined as like tattletale systems, right? It's not been received that same way in this market, which has been quite pleasing. So we've seen it be welcomed quite greatly.
And I want to add to that. When I first started selling the PHM Plus and Sophocla kind of product, I at first was like nervous because the pilots weren't going to like it, because I sell to pilots and maintenance personnel and whatnot. And I'm a pilot myself, and I would joke, the only thing I want to hear from my passenger was good landing, okay? But when I started selling this to the pilots all, I mean, it almost became unanimous. They said, I want it. And I went to the one at first and I said, why? What is it that you like about this? And they go, it protects me. It shows that I put the flaps down at the right speed. It shows that I did the, I did my approach correctly, because we can do a 3D overlay and look at that entire flight. Okay, knowing the engine parameters, the airframe parameters, and the speeds and everything were correct. And he said it protects him, and that was a very good logical answer to me.
Michael, you want to say something?
Yes, I was going to say that the beauty of the HMS system is great, because the steps was, everyone knows about the flight data recorder. Okay, it's a 24, 25 hour loop. It just reloops and reloops. And part of the European maintenance requirement is that a quality system is in place, where a QAR was provided, which was like 350 hours, and you would get it on a USB stick and then go to your laptop and plug it into a program that would transfer all the information and send it to the FDM provider. Well, automatically on the HMS, it's the virtual QAR. It just extracts the information, and upon landing, automatically sends it to your provider, your FDM or Focal provider, which again reduces time for the maintenance people. Now, just think about it. Every month you have 10 aircraft or 20 aircraft that you have to go and do this stick. It's all done automatically, and within 24 hours, your report comes back. I mean, that's the technology.
Okay.
And just one last thing, and just to hop on what Steve was mentioning and Kevin as well, because they're talking about the 7500. I mean, it is a bold move in regards for Bombardier, because everyone says, oh, this must be an expensive system. It's not. It's free. We intentionally install it on a maintenance for all our retrofit aircraft. It's rolling out as we speak over the next year or so. So we want our whole fleet to be connected.
Final question. Actually, two very similar questions. One's from Parimal and one from Hannah Davis. Cyber security and security risks, connected aircraft. Kevin, do you want to take some?
Yeah, so they're very real, right? And we take cybersecurity very seriously, and so we are building that into the product. It's core to what we would call a key performance indicator of the product's performance in of itself, to ensure it meets all the regulatory expectations and beyond. GE's name's on the line when they put a product out there that's connected to the internet, if you will, right? So very much try to stay at the forefront. And it is something that has to be continued to be maintained and updated on a regular basis, because threats evolve continuously.
And it's encrypted through each node of the.
Yes. Yeah, there are secure tunnels that are used to transfer the data, so that's all there. But you still have to stay on top of it. You can't just get complacent with assuming that today's technology, from a cyber standpoint, will be sufficient in the future.
Brilliant, Kevin, Steve, Michael, thank you so much for joining us. That was fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you,
everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So we're gonna stick with risk and scary things. Sorry, Nilesh, I just saw your question. We'll try and put that to someone else as we go on. We're gonna stick with risks. We're gonna stick with threats, and we're moving over to insurance. We're absolutely delighted to have Benjamin Peterson, Sunset Aviation Insurance, joining us to give us an aircraft and aviation insurance market update. Ben, how are you?
I'm doing good, Alasdair. How you doing? Has it been
Really
a long
well.
day for you so far?
No, we're only like 9 hours in. Still a lot to go. Insurance, I think everyone will agree, it's nothing to worry about. Very reasonable. Prices haven't shot up in the last 2 years. You know, it's been tough in your job, hasn't it? We've had this sudden rise where insurance has gone from something people weren't worried about to people breaking out in sweats when they get emails from you.
Yeah, you know, you guys don't have a ton of insurance people on Corporate Jet Investor, so we kind of get our 15 minutes of fame when the market turns to a hard market. So, you know, here I am with you, and love to give you guys kind of a market update. Everyone knows that there's been some pretty significant increases in the past, and yeah, everyone's, I think, kind of interested for what is next to come as well. So anything in particular you want to dive into?
So we saw rates harden. We saw it suddenly shoot up. And take us through the difference in insurance. If I was a small operator in the US 3 years ago, what percentage have I seen my rates go up by, roughly?
I'd say on average, probably 20, 30, some people 100%, depending on what type of operation you have. And, you know, there's the easy aircraft to insure, and then there are the hard aircraft to insure. And
so if I'm a 70-year-old single pilot, light jet operator, owner, I'm nearer the 100%.
Yeah, that's a lot of those guys have seen 100% increases, and they're also coming from premiums that were extremely low. So, you know, some of those guys were coming from premiums below $10,000, and to see their premium go up to $20,000 is a big shock to them. So yeah, if you're a 70-year-old pilot, those type of operations are becoming much more difficult to insure, and usually for owner pilots that are getting, you know, rounded around 70 years old, you typically want to start looking at a insurance company that you can use for the rest of your flying career, and not be flip-flopping back and forth with brokers and insurance companies. You know, you want to find one who's reputable, who you know is going to be around for the rest of your flying career, and stick with them, because there's not necessarily a hard cutoff for age, but there is a pretty close number, around 75 to 78 right now. And usually they'll give you a couple years in advance saying, hey, you know, like we'll underwrite it for like, you know, 1 or 2 more years. So those guys are seeing big increases in premium, and also their liability limits are being reduced as well. So they may have had 10 million liability limit in the past for like your CJ owner or Pilatus, or, you know, even I guess Meridian in some cases. And now they're getting $1 million, and they're kind of going, this is like a little more risky than I thought it was. So yeah, as far as old pilots, that's kind of what we're seeing right now. It's sometimes a difficult conversation to explain to a owner pilot who's, you know, been flying his whole career and also worth a lot of money. But yeah.
And I've spoken to brokers who, last year I was saying, who felt they had lost aircraft sales because they couldn't get insurance, particularly for owner pilots. Are there other areas which are of concern?
Yeah, I think, you know, some of the other aircraft that are seeing pretty significant increases are helicopters. You know, they've had a number of pretty significant losses. You know, basically low time pilots that are transitioning from some of the lighter aircraft into bigger aircraft, like going from a Cirrus into a Piper M600, PC-12, CJ. Those are really tough to insure, and it's key that you go through and do the proper training, and you show the underwriters that you're, you know, very concerned with the safety of your operation. You know, you're going above and beyond, you know, like the training And a lot of times they're requiring mentor pilots, like, hey, all right, you got to go SimCom, flight safety, semi-flight, or, you know, potentially some sort of in-aircraft training, and then require additional 10 to, you know, however many hours, depending on experience, with a mentor pilot after the initial training.
And do you get a lot of pushback when you're saying that to someone? You know, they're very excited about buying a jet. They think they're pretty good.
Oh yeah, we definitely do. But yeah, you know, each situation is different, so you kind of have to, you know, you gotta be flexible. And I think a lot of them understand that, you know, if they want to own these big jets, that they have to have some flexibility with the underwriters. And it is always interesting telling, you know, a guy buying a, you know, like a $2 to $5 million jet, what they have to do, because they're usually not used to being told that. So we do get some interesting conversations, and it's a lot of times a learning curve for them. But the most important thing is, yeah, again, focusing on, you know, getting a safe operation and getting them to be an ideal risk where not only one insurance company wants to quote you, but hopefully 5, or, you know, you just have as many options as possible.
And the reason why rates went up were because it's a fairly small group of aviation underwriters. There's not masses, and a lot pulled out largely because of commercial aircraft losses. Is that fair?
Yeah, there was a Boeing losses, there was Lion Air, there was Ethiopian. I think the market turned a little bit before that, so it started to become a hard market, you know, a little bit before the Boeing losses. But you know, those are pretty significant. And then also with the pandemic, you know, underwriters and the insurance companies were hoping to get back to a profitable year in 2020, and you know, that kind of went out the window with the big Boeing losses, you know, a couple helicopter losses. And also there was a number of aircraft that were just grounded as well. So they were expecting 100% premium, and they only got delivered maybe 75% of the premium. So, you know, I think the trend is probably going to continue, maybe taper a little bit, but continue. We've still been seeing, you know, increases this year, not as significant as last year. So I think with like the corporate jet investor type clientele, we saw a lot of the bigger, you know, turbine aircraft, 2 pilots. A lot of those aircraft were moving back onto the fleet policies with like Clay Lacy, Solaris, and because the cost was a lot cheaper. And now you're seeing a lot of those big 135 carriers, those big fleet operators, also get increases. So, and that could be for 135 operations or Part 91 operations. A lot of those aircraft that were managed by the fleet policy are now, you know, they went onto the fleet policy. Now the fleet policies are getting increases, and they're going, all right, well, you know, maybe let's see what it would cost to have our own independent policy as well.
So we've got the third quarter coming up, which is the key quarter for global aviation insurance. Is that right?
I don't know if I don't know if the third quarter has got a ton of significance, but if you've heard something, I don't know. I mean, I don't.
But we've got renewals coming. So we've got renewals coming up for. I thought it's quite a lot of the big airlines in third quarter, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't do a ton of airlines. I mean, we pretty much do a lot of owner flown turbine and industrial aid, professionally flown turbine aircraft. So we don't do a ton of airline type stuff, but they're, you know, fourth quarter for us is a little bit more significant because there's a lot of people for tax planning purposes that like to make their purchase before the end of the year for tax write-offs. So,
we're coming up to the fourth quarter. I know it's only June, but should owners and operators be bracing themselves for another rise, or do you think it will stay fairly static?
You know, at this point, I think that there's pretty good balance in the market. I don't think that you're going to see the crazy amounts of volatility. The insurance companies, there's probably, call it 15 insurance companies, aviation insurance companies now. And for each particular risk, there's probably about 5. So, if you've got the the fleet operators, there's probably about 5, and then if you get down even into like a Cirrus or a Piper M600 or Pilatus, there's a different 5 for those type of carriers. And I don't really see a whole lot of them going away at this point. I think all of them that have made it this far, they're going, all right, well, we're still here and we're ready to ride this thing out for the long term. But a couple of years ago, there was almost double for the amount of insurance companies. So I think the players that are in there now are established, and there's a little bit of competition coming back for the right type of risks.
So if I'm a large operator and I've got a great safety record, what else can I do to try and get my insurance levels down? Do I bring the underwriters in to come and have a look round? Do I send them a bottle of wine?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great idea. The better you I know a lot of people, it's hard to visit right now with the pandemic. I think a lot of the established fleet operators and carriers out there, they've already met with the underwriters in the past, hopefully. But one of the best ways that you can get the best rates is just by getting to know the underwriters. And a lot of times that involves the broker bringing the underwriters out to your operation, having a look at what your flight department looks like, and just getting to know the decision maker for the insurance at the company with the underwriter. Maybe them buying you a couple beers or dinner, or vice versa, but kind of having that face-to-face time with them, I've found, pays off very well. So I think that's probably the best way to to secure the best rates and relationships with the insurance companies. It's not always rates. It could be coverage. It could be getting certain pilots approved, and they're going, well, Joe Pilot, we really like him. We trust him. Maybe we allow his apprentice to fly, the aircraft or something like that. So yeah, it's all about relationships.
And it's not necessarily about rates. You also want underwriter who pays out, or are all of them pretty good? The ones who are remaining, are they all pretty reliable and pretty trustworthy?
I think they're all pretty reliable at this point. And insurance for a lot of these big aircraft, it's about the same price as it would cost them to fill up the aircraft a couple times, fill up the aircraft with fuel a couple times. So, they all like to complain about the increases in insurance. And, I'm kind of at the cutting edge of, the spearhead of that right now. But, at the end of the day, there's much bigger costs with maintenance and the overall operation for the aircraft than insurance. So, I think for the most part, they want to have their operation work out with insurance. And, a lot of times that is more than just the rates. It's what the liability coverage is. And a lot of times it's what the pilot warranty is as well. I mean, some of these pilot warranties become very complex of, what type. I mean, if both pilots are just doing simulator training, it's very easy. You're going to get the best rates. Like, there's no problem. Usually when you need the relationships with the insurance companies, it's like, I got my PIC going to simulator training, but then he's using contract pilots, or he's got 4 or 5 contract pilots, or the contract pilots haven't gone to simulator training in the make and model in the last 12 months, but they've gone in another turbojet aircraft in the last 12 months. So can you work with us on this? And sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
So as a broker, high rates are good for one part of your business, but the other reason is so the upside is it's good for your business, for your turnover, but it's also, you get moaned at a lot more. Is it worth it? Are you winning at the moment? Is it worth do the extra fees make up for the moaning you get from your clients, or?
Yeah, I guess, yes and no. because a lot of times we get other people that call us up and they go, well, our broker, hasn't really been showing us the love. We've been with them for 5 years or 10 years or something like that. We haven't talked to them in a number of years, and we don't know what a good rate is right now. Can you help us out? So it does become a little difficult because brokers kind of step in each other's feet a little bit because it is such a small market and there may only be 5 insurance companies. If one broker sends to all 5 of those insurance companies up to 90 days out, he blocks all the other brokers from really getting any quotes from those other companies. So it's kind of it becomes a tricky little game. And what we do is just try to, just try to give them the best information and advice possible. And if they like it, they may go with you, or if they don't, then maybe they will 5 years down the road.
We've got a great question from Aoife O'Sullivan, who's a UK lawyer, who's also knows a lot about insurance. Ben, is there any room or opportunity for segregation of the airline insurance risk away from business aviation to reduce the impact of airline losses on BizJet premiums and market access? So is there anything we can do?
That's a good question. I think, there's a long history of how airline losses have affected general aviation losses. And it's basically the same underwriters. It's the same insurance companies. So it's kind of like a rob Peter to pay Paul type thing. If you get a bunch of big losses in general aviation, I don't know if it's necessarily really going to affect the airlines too much, but if you do get a lot of big losses in airlines, it does affect general aviation because they need to make their money somewhere. And basically they've been, a lot of these insurance companies have been nonprofit, claims handling service for the industry for the last 10 years. So, you want them to at the end of the day, you want them to make money. You want them to be around so that they can compete with the other insurance companies. And, I think right now it's just about getting back to a healthy balance so that they can get, that their companies can become profitable.
Great. We've got another question from Anonymous. Although it's not a scary anonymous question, so this is okay. Is there anything an aircraft buyer should consider in a pre-buy inspection from an insurance perspective, e.g. insuring engine boroscopes?
No, not really with regards to like engines or anything like that. When with the insurance companies just look at what the hull value is, and the hull value is an agreed value. It's not like a blue book. They don't pay out like the blue book value. They pay out whatever they agree to the value of the aircraft, which is typically happens to be around the blue book price, plus maybe 10% for additional fees that it would cost to acquire a new aircraft if you do have a total loss. But as far as just a pre-buy inspection, the easiest aircraft to insure are the ones that have the most aircraft out there and are also newer aircraft. So anything over 25 years old right now is, has very little underwriting interest. Like there's maybe one insurance company that you'll find that still does aircraft for that particular make and model. That's, like a very old CJ1, for example. But so.
And is it just because they can't be bothered because the value is so low?
Well, yeah, I mean the value of the aircraft may be low. There's not a ton of training schools left. Not a ton of great instructors maybe left for it. So, and I mean the claims are higher for older aircraft, so you're going to be paying a higher rate with an older aircraft versus newer one. And I know the value of the older ones are less, so your rate for a lower value is still going to be maybe a little bit lower premium, but the training is also a big part as well.
If I'm an 80-year-old wanting to buy a 50-year-old helicopter, your advice would be
don't buy it.
Go fractional.
Yeah. Which brings up another point. There's a lot of fractional out there right now, and whether it's pro pilots or owner pilots, it's pro pilots is actually not difficult with fractional, because you have the fractional, you get the guys that set up their LLC holding company, and you've got 2 to 5 different fractional ownerships in there. And the most important thing is the pilots when you get into fractional. If you've got 2 employed pro pilots doing training, it's a piece of cake. But if you have a Pilatus with 4 or 5 different fractional owners and 7 pilots on there, and 2 of them are pro and 5 of them are owners, like, you're going to be paying like a significant surcharge for something like that. And a lot of times they want the pro pilot operation to be 25 million, and then they want the owner pilot operation to be like a 5 million liability limit. So it becomes, it kind of becomes very complex quickly. And, again, you're kind of getting into a smaller pool of underwriting interest because it takes so much effort just to look at it.
But if you are planning that, Ben loves a challenge. So please make sure you call him. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Alasdair.
That was awesome. Cheers. Thanks very much. Take care.
All right, you too. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, we're now switching from insurance, which is always enough to scare you, particularly when the amounts are high. We're delighted. That was great to have Ben Pearson. We're about to have Kai Tang from Inmarsat, who's going to look at how owners or principals have evolving needs. But first, let's have this quick video from Inmarsat.
Built to go the distance. Built to fly.
So welcome back to Corporate Jet Investor Global 2021. And now we're going to look at principals' evolving needs. And delighted to hand over to Kai Tang from Inmarsat. Kai, over to you. Oh, and you're just on mute at the moment.
How's that?
Great, we've got you. Okay, over to you. Thanks, Kai.
You do everything you can to get prepared, and then you forget the one thing. So sorry about that. First question is, can you see me okay?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, Alasdair, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can. Sorry, I lost you for a second.
Okay, great, good. Just needed to do the sound check, and let me go back into presentation mode, and hopefully the producer can share my screen. And just let me know when you can see it.
Okay, see if it's come up now. Can you try resharing, Kai? Sorry.
Sure. Let's try doing that again. Apologies.
No, not at all. It's going well.
I'll make up for the time.
No, it's fine. Don't worry at all. We've got time. What we're going to do is Kai's going to do a quick presentation, and then I'm going to come back. And it's sharing, and it's perfect. And then I'll come back, and I'll see you at the end of this.
Great. Thanks. Well, first of all, I want to thank CGI and you, Alasdair, as well as your phenomenal staff for having Inmarsat back at CGI again. We are really excited to be here and to be part of this conversation. What we really wanted to do today is just take a few slides to help show and illustrate what we're seeing as a satellite operator. And so just by introduction real quick, Inmarsat is a 40-year-old company, having built Inmarsats for satellite communications for mobility purposes worldwide. And we've been in the aviation business for 2 or 3 decades now. Many of you will certainly be familiar with all of our products with regards to safety, air traffic communications, ACARs, but also in the passenger cabin side with regards to Swift Broadband as well as Jet Connects in KA. And We don't sell directly to operators or any of the customers. That is done through an ecosystem of world-class partners. And so it's rare that we get to speak directly to the industry like this. And we thought it would be great to share a little bit of insight into what we're seeing, which in many ways will match what you're seeing. But at the end, what I'd like to do is help give some thoughts in terms of what does that mean for us and what we're doing, but also what does it mean for you and how you should be looking at connectivity. So we took a snapshot and looked back at 2018, and these are essentially just flight tracks where anywhere an Inmarsat product is flying around. We've got thousands of aircraft, and across the year, this is kind of where everybody was going. Nothing too surprising here. As you can imagine, business aviation, it's everywhere, right? And I think what was really interesting for us, though, was to fast forward to today, 2021, not at the end of the pandemic, but certainly at the tail end of it, and see what we would find. And you can imagine that it's not going to be particularly revealing or terribly earth-shattering, but it does highlight and illustrate a couple of things with regards to a theme of this presentation, which is unpredictability. Again, over the US, transatlantic flights, Europe, just a lot of additional traffic, heavy, dense traffic. And not only that, but at different times of the day, it also almost doesn't mean much to talk about peak hours anymore. And this is all very important for us as a satellite operator. What's important to us as well is a lot of the additional traffic that we started seeing in Asia Pac. Again, no surprise to anyone in this industry, or the additional emerging routes and density through the Hawaiian Islands, down to South America and Africa. I'm obviously in no way making a claim that business aviation has discovered South America. But what this says is that the unpredictability of this is certainly something that has to be taken into account by the satellite operator when we are designing systems, particularly for an industry like business aviation, where everything is fairly unpredictable. It takes time to ensure that you have all of the satellite coverage and capacity, but also the gateways and all of the end-to-end interconnections to ensure that that email reaches where it needs to, that voice call reaches where it needs to, and that conference call can be connected. And so you really don't have time to build things as demand grows. You have to really project and future-proof your systems based on what you believe is going to happen. And so this really validates something that Inmarsat has been doing, which is future-proofing our systems so that we can adjust in real time to the unpredictability of this industry. Again, it has taken time. You wouldn't have seen much difference between 2018 and 2019, but over the last 2 years, almost in the blink of an eye, certainly in satellite timeframes, a lot has changed, and there just wouldn't be time to suddenly make sure you've got all of your end-to-end satellite network all ready to go to support more traffic and at different times over different areas of the world. And so this is something that's certainly important to us. One of the things that's also important to us is to look at the data demand. And again, nothing earth-shattering here, but it's really interesting to go from talking about it to actually seeing it. And if you look at 2018, starting in the early days, all the way through to the start of the pandemic, you're seeing a pretty, not exaggerated, but pretty impressive increase in data demand for every aircraft. And again, there's not much of a surprise there. As technology improves, Moore's law with regards to computing power, and certainly with devices and apps the way they have been going, things are becoming more and more bandwidth intensive, bandwidth hungry, we say, and operators and principals are finding newer and newer ways to use connectivity on the plane. Not much of a difference, not much of a surprise there, as you saw what happened during COVID. These charts start getting suppressed because a lot of aircraft are actually just kind of flying around, checking things out, shorter flights and things like that. But now as we approach June, you're seeing that it is essentially a return to normal with regards to data demand and data consumption. And we don't expect, and I don't think anyone does, that as we continue to see relaxing of restrictions across the world, that this won't just get back to its pre-pandemic levels and stay there. It'll continue to rise at the rate that we were seeing before that. So again, a lot of interesting illustrations here in terms of the increase in data demand on these aircraft. Again, people are starting to find more ways to use their connectivity, and they're starting to rely very heavily on their connectivity. But there's a lot of unpredictability here as well. So while the charts continue to go up, we certainly hear all kinds of anecdotal stories, some horror stories, but certainly from management companies who are dreading the next firmware update for name your favorite device. That's going to suddenly make the app or the device suddenly incredibly bandwidth hungry, or 3 weeks later a new firmware update that makes that data demand go back down to a more reasonable level. And so I think what we're seeing is not only the increasing reliance on connectivity, but underneath all of that is the unpredictability with regards to how these apps and devices are requiring different amounts of connectivity as they go. Okay, so what does this all mean to us? Well, as a summary, you're seeing a lot of changing traffic levels. You're seeing traffic move around the globe, which is in many ways no surprise. But again, you saw how quickly a pandemic just kind of changed everything in terms of where people are flying, how frequently, and there's a lot of reasons for that. Some of those reasons will slowly fade away as the pandemic goes. Maybe some people will return to getting on commercial airlines, but we expect that a lot of it will stay, and people will continue to find the newfound freedom that comes with business aviation, but also means a lot more unpredictability. Principals are flying further, they're flying to more different places. Again, globalization, all kinds of reasons for that, but we expect that to continue. A lot of data and devices on board. I can't get my kids to abandon even one device before they get on a plane, and I expect it's no different here. And so just more devices, more demands for the data, and all those apps having fluctuations in terms of how bandwidth intensive and hungry they are. What does that mean for us as a satellite operator? And then I'll come back around to what does that mean to everybody else in this industry. For us, what that means is that we stay the course, we're doing the right things, we're future-proofing our systems, but it also underscores a very important principle of ours, which is that after all of the rocket science and engineering and talk about networks and this, that, and the other thing, what really matters at the end of the day, it isn't all of those things that you see in marketing. It's about consistent, reliable, and dependable connectivity. For the principal on board, they don't care what system they're using. They shouldn't. They shouldn't care where they are, and that's why the connectivity is not as great, right now as it was an hour ago. They shouldn't care about those things. I always tell a story here that, even in the military where my previous life was, we talked about satellite communications, but at the end of the day, that wasn't the mission, and it isn't the mission here. Satellite communications, the connectivity, that is something that just needs to work. And that's really what the principals need. They need something that whenever you pick up the device, whenever you turn on the app, whenever you start that conference call, it just has to work. A lot of things are unpredictable in terms of where they're going and when they're going, and what devices they're going to be using and what apps they're going to be using. All those things are unpredictable. The connectivity can't. And so it's really important for myself and even others in my industry to focus heavily on this consistent, reliable connectivity, less so on speed that is great over this part of the world, but not this part of the world. And you get the idea. So then you fast forward to, what does this mean for you? And I won't spend time reading through this slide, but again, for many in this audience, what this says, and the two conclusions I would ask you to draw from this is that connectivity is now essential. And I think, Alasdair, I heard you say that in a previous session with Steve McManus and the connected aircraft, right? We kind of have already started knowing this, but I hope that some of these slides have shed more light to illustrate that fact and underscore it. Connectivity is now essential. The second conclusion you would draw, particularly for those who deal with pre-owned aircraft or things like that, it isn't enough to just have connectivity anymore. It has to be connectivity that provides a reliable, consistent experience. This is an important investment on the aircraft. It's too important to compromise on quality or experience. And I'm going to say the word again, a future-proof solution preserves the value of the plane. And it can't be a detriment or problem for the next buyer or become a problem with regards to maintaining the value of that aircraft. So anyway, I hope that some of this information was helpful to you. And shed some light, but also, again, helps underscore some of the points that I heard you make earlier, Alasdair, and many of the points that we know to have always known to be true from various surveys and such, that satellite connectivity is now a must, and this is true for so many reasons, but that it really needs to be about reliable, consistent connectivity. That's where the conversation needs to be, in our opinion. So with that, I'll stop and see if you have any questions.
I've got one for you. That was great, Clyde, and we've had some really nice feedback on the chat about that as well. I've got one for you. If I choose Inmarsat as my provider, I don't actually deal with you, do I? I choose a service provider. How do I choose which service provider to go with?
Oh, yeah, it's a great question. You're right. You wouldn't choose us. I think the key for us is to have this kind of world-class channel of different partners who take what we have and then build on that to create additional value. So I heard some talk about pricing and things like that. It's really about, sure, it's about value pricing, but it's about value and what these different service providers are building onto the connectivity to make life easier, better, more efficient, and whatnot. And so I think that to answer your short question, I think that the one thing I would say is experience, and the second thing I would say would be customer service. Nobody needs to be sitting on the ground because their connectivity doesn't work, and everyone needs to figure out how to troubleshoot that. And the service provider at the other end just doesn't have the experience or the technical expertise to be able to solve that right away, right? And so that's incredibly important to us as Inmarsat, that the people in our ecosystem are at the top of their game with regards to customer service. And that all stems from experience.
Okay, final question. It's so hot at the moment, the satellite industry. We're seeing so much about space and, and space tourism, but, and everyone going up. What's next in satellite technology?
There's a lot. I mean, you're right. There are several new entrants making the news. Many of them are focused heavily on consumer broadband, and that is, antennas or satellite antennas on top of homes in urban areas or in rural areas, more likely. And that is really where their focus is. They'd like to also get involved in mobility. I think that one thing we've all learned is that you can't try to do both. Business aviation is unpredictable. It is global. It is everywhere, anytime, and whatever, however, wherever, whenever. And that's just two very different businesses. And you can try to do both, but you'll have a hard time with that. So I think the quick answer is that there are a lot of new ideas around low Earth orbit. And there are a lot of ideas about medium Earth orbit. And certainly new technology, which I won't bore you with, in geosynchronous. Inmarsat doesn't really pick a side in terms of which one. All of our satellites are currently GEO for now, but that doesn't mean that we won't entertain some newer technology or low Earth orbit constellation in the future as well. The key is making sure that those new ideas, that new technology is customized and tailored to the needs of business aviation, and not something that's done on the side as a side project where the main business is about home connectivity.
Okay, I've got a quick question from Kevin Hoffman. What are the criteria that should be considered before we select a connectivity system? I know you could do an hour on that. So what's your quick answer?
Okay, I think the quick answer is, in terms of picking a connectivity system, think about the future proofing. Think about if it's got the brand or the company behind it has a history of developing products for this particular industry, and a history and a track record of continuing to develop for this history, for this industry. And this is where, there's a lot of really exciting stuff out there that you can get jazzed about when you read, press releases and such. But for a investment as large as it is for connectivity on aircraft, especially the larger aircraft, I would not personally be an early adopter of something that may fade away in a few years' time.
That's probably a general good rule for all tech investments.
Yeah.
Guy, thank you so much. Great seeing you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Take care.
You too. Take care. Okay, we're now going to segue from connectivity to aircraft registration. There probably is a clever way of doing that, but I'm struggling to come up with it. Welcome if you're just joining us at CGI Global. If you're just waking up in the States, you're drinking your green juice in California, you've been out surfing. I don't know what you guys do over there, but that's how we get it portrayed. I'm now delighted to have Len Cormier from the Bermuda Aircraft Registry. Len's actually not in Bermuda. He's joining us from Montreal. But Len, are you there?
Yes, I am here. And let's see. Good afternoon, Alasdair.
How are you? Your hair's not as bad as you told me.
Well, I combed it quite a bit this morning here. It's been a few months since we've been able to get out for a haircut. But I do want to thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. And I found the presentations. I've been with you since 3 o'clock Ottawa time this morning, and I'm wide awake. It's been so stimulating.
That's amazing. So you're like 9 hours in. That's really impressive. And only 5 more to go. So I'm super impressed. So we spoke last year at a very similar time. How has the last year been for Bermuda Aircraft Registry?
Well, it's been very interesting. And a year ago, we didn't know what we didn't know. We were, I guess, I won't say we were pessimistic, because we should never be pessimistic, but we were very careful in tracking the data, trying to determine where we're going. We had contingency plans for a number of scenarios, and we've been very pleasantly surprised. We had a slight reduction less than 3.5% on the number of aircraft on our registry. And again, since the 1st of April, or even a bit before that, we've been, again, very busy with aircraft registrations. And we've essentially recovered that. By the end of this month, we'll have recovered that. We've had our 2 busiest months in April and May. And again, you got to remember, we have a lot of airline aircraft because of the 83 bis arrangements, mainly in the Russian Federation. Bermuda's a state of registry, and of course there's Russian air operators. So again, doubly surprised because I mean our activity didn't really reduce by very much at all. We've had some growth again on air operator certificates. Our operator in Bermuda, we only have one, and was essentially a business aircraft or corporate aircraft. But they've gone into cargo operations with Boeing 747s. They have 3, and they're getting a number more. There's some, I've issued a new air operator certificate for BBJ, essentially. And we're looking at a couple of other AOCs. So we now have 890 aircraft today on the Bermuda Aircraft Registry, and we're very optimistic for the future.
You've sat through today, do you worry that we're seeing aircraft leaving the international market and going to the US, which isn't your core market?
No, it's not. We see that if an aircraft, an owner, is kind of no longer interested in having a business aircraft. Generally, when aircraft, they're not going to somewhere, they go to the US, of course. And I think a number of other your speakers mentioned that because the market's so huge, and that's even the fact that there's a shortage of aircraft. When there wasn't a shortage, they would generally go to the US. So
you're going to be okay. So the last 12 months, you've had to keep doing what your core part, which is oversight, which involves inspecting aircraft. How have you managed that?
Yes, this was a challenge, and I think it's almost 14 months now that since we've had to adjust our safety oversight program to deal with the COVID-19 reality. And again, we're extremely pleased with the outcome from that. Bermuda's quite fortunate, Bermuda Aircraft Registry, in that we're quite large. So we have 4 offices, full-time offices. So Bermuda's obviously the headquarters. In the UK, we have 5 staff at our office in Farnborough. We have Moscow, we have 8 staff. Office there, and we have an office in Shanghai. So these are full-time employees. So of course, with the difficulties with international travel, the more, and I might also add too, we have 27 designated inspectors around the world. So again, when you're problems with international travel, it's very helpful to have people spread out like that and have offices elsewhere. Again, 90% of our aircraft are probably Russian, are utilized by Russian air operators, and we've been able to do that oversight. There's been a few shutdowns, domestic shutdowns, but as a rule, we've been very successful at being able to maintain the current system of oversight. But where we can't maintain that current system of oversight, we have 2 options. We can sometimes delegate an on-site inspection to a third party. We have some third parties that are quite qualified, and we will do that. But we've also done desktop assessments. And again, we can look at documentation, obviously, from anywhere. We can get pictures and videos from the approved maintenance organizations. It almost takes really more time to do the desktop because now you're having to go through all of the documentation, whereas before, when you're on site, you could focus on certain parts of the documentation. It looks good, okay, let's go on to something else. So basically, it's really paid off. And China is still in lockdown, but we have one of our inspectors sitting there in Shanghai, and a few some lockdowns just usually by area, but as a rule, he's not. Of course, now he's traveled anywhere in China and will continue to do so. So that's helped us as well.
So Bermuda, everyone thinks of Russia. Everyone who knows you knows how strong you are in Russia. But China's been a market you've really been focusing on in the last. Well, you only opened the office there last year, didn't you?
No, it's been a couple of years, but it took a while to train the operations manager, who's also an airworthiness inspector. So yeah, it's just the last year it's really ramped up our office there. So yeah, China is a key market for us. I'm very happy to hear that there's been some growth because there hasn't been that much in the past, but I think the potential in China is considerable. So that's why we established an office in Shanghai. Again, we've gotten very positive feedback from Chinese operators and owners being able to converse in Mandarin. I mean, mainland China, most of the stakeholders can speak English, but nobody wants to speak a language that you're challenged to speak to it. So it's great because we do so much of our work now in the Chinese language of communications, business development in the Chinese language, meetings, and sometimes I'll be at the meeting as well. But a little bit of English introduction and me saying hi because I don't speak Mandarin. And then the conversations are in Chinese, and the operators, we've gotten so much feedback from them. Also, too, in China is that we have a lot of activity in mainland China because being so large, we have a lot of AMOs that have a Bermuda approval, but also reducing travel costs. So registries cost recover for their travel. And so there's a lot of registries that may only have inspectors in the United Kingdom or in Europe, and you're looking at a business class ticket, to go do an inspection. And so the travel costs are quite high, to say the least. So we don't have that in Asia now because we have that inspector there.
When you say you don't speak Chinese, not yet. You've still got time to learn it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
We've got a question which from an anonymous user, which I'll leave to you because I don't quite get this. The AOCs being issued by Bermuda recently, are they onshore or offshore?
We have very focused regulations that are aligned with ICAO, and you have to have a principal place of business in Bermuda. So, and obviously that will limit the number of AOCs. There's some registries that have 20 or 25 AOCs. We'll never see that kind of activity because you have to have people based in Bermuda, and you have to be operational control has to be from Bermuda, and financial access to financial records at least in Bermuda. So Bermuda is a pretty nice place to be, and especially if you golf, it's a very nice place to be. Good golf courses and not busy.
Or if you like shorts.
What's this?
Or if you like wearing shorts.
Yes, of course, I have many pairs of those. So anyway, that's important to maintain a principal place of business.
So I do get it, but I always think of you as being an offshore registry. That was what was confusing me. Okay.
Well, for commercial, it's harder to do, but for private, there is no principal place of business. Private is, ICAO is quite clear on that.
You're already huge, one of the biggest offshore registry, but you've recently hired. You're expanding in business development people.
Yes, we've hired a director of business development. He's based in the UK actually, and we've also hired a manager as well who's based in Bermuda. So again, technical people will get involved in, I guess, business development to some extent, but I think we recognize that while our service delivery is a #1 priority and we do it well, We're going to do it even better now because we'll have dedicated, focused resources. These are non-technical people, although they're pretty technically smart. So they're not running off doing inspections or things like that. They can focus and provide client focus on our business. So I think I'm training them now basically as quickly as I can, because as you can see, I'm long past my stale due date.
Not at all. I'm not seeing that at all. But talking about business development, you guys have always focused on what some would call frontier markets. You've been really good at that. But there are signs that the US is less keen on foreigners owning aircraft. I'm thinking we've seen the aircraft guarantee trust issue. Do you see opportunities in the US for Bermuda registered aircraft?
It's hard right now to determine exactly what the opportunities will be, because of course there's now the reaction in the US by many entities as to how can we prevent a recurrence. I think where the US was weak was on due diligence. As a foreign owner, you could establish a trust company, and there may or may not have been due diligence. So that's come back now in a very negative manner with this latest difficulty. So I think it may cause some concerns, and I'm not saying that anybody who's registering an aircraft, putting an aircraft on the N registry with a trust arrangement, through a trust arrangement, is doing anything untoward. That's not the point. The point is that they're probably, most of the players are okay, but there's been obviously a lot of activity placing aircraft on the N registry that's gone against some potential criminal activity. As you know, you're familiar with the Department of Justice activity. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We've always had due diligence in Bermuda. We don't just have anybody. And the good news about due diligence for the owner and operator, it protects you, because if a state has a reputation, any negative reputation related to, hey, what's this activity like, then that will impact on everybody. So by ensuring we go through our due diligence process, then the reputation of having a Bermuda aircraft registered in Bermuda will be protected. And because again, you can become a focal point. It's the same on the safety side. If a register doesn't have a good reputation for safety, it may become a focus of ramp checks. Wherever it lands, somebody will look and say, oh, there's this aircraft from that registry. I might add, Bermuda was audited by ICAO, and we achieved a score of 95%. So that's a good mark, by the way. So we were audited in 2019. So that was very important for us to get that recognition, because owners, operators don't have to worry about, okay, I got Bermuda registry, is that going to cause me any difficulties? It's not.
I think one of the other benefits of due diligence is actually, if someone fails your due diligence, you're most likely not going to end up registering an aircraft with them, but they're just going to waste your time. And doing good due diligence and KYC cuts out a lot of people who just are going to waste your time. Forget the reputational risk or the criminal prosecution. It just stops you dealing with flaky individuals. We've got a great question from Richard Munden, a UK lawyer, former Air Charter Association. Which other offshore registers do you feel compete with you for private aircraft?
Well, again, if you're talking about the scope, the size of the registry, we have no competitor. I think the largest registry might be 300 aircraft. We have 880. So obviously, when it comes to the private aircraft, we're working on ramping that up, and we've had a lot of activity on private air registry for business aircraft. I guess I'm supposed to call them business aircraft registering. Isle of Man has a large registry. San Marino has a large registry. Cayman as well. So I think they're the three larger registries. Not quite. No, they wouldn't have the same combined, they wouldn't match Bermuda as far as size. So, but that's okay. The competition is good. It's good for the operator. It's good for the owner, because again, it focuses us to make sure that we're providing good value and good service. And I think so again, I'm not complaining about competition. I might add just quickly about our fees. We reduced our fees just less than a year ago by 40%. It was something we were looking at, but then when COVID happened, we said, let's do this quickly. We did an interim amendment to our fees, and we've done a very detailed review of the fees. Since you raised our competitors, we did a detailed review of our fees, and our fees are the lowest of any aircraft registry. In fact, in some of those competitors I mentioned, our fees are 50% of their fee. And people will tell me sometimes, oh, the high net worth individual, he's not worried about $20,000 or whatever. But when you talk to the operators, you'll get feedback sometimes that, the high net worth individual, he's questioning their invoices all the time and say, what's this for? And so on. These folks didn't become high net worth individuals by picking the most expensive product they could find.
And on that note, thank you so much. If there's any US financiers watching this, I'd advise them that to look at offshore registries, particularly with the NCT. But probably the only way to do it is to tour all of them. So start in Aruba, go to Bermuda, Cayman, Isle of Man, summer only, San Marino. That's the only way to Jersey, Guernsey, go around all of them, Malta. And Len will agree with that, I think.
Absolutely. We look forward to them coming to us, and we'll be glad to show them our product. And I think we're optimistic, and it'll be favorable, I'm sure.
Brilliant. Len, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Thank you very much, Alasdair.
Okay, that was a whistle-stop tour. We've done registration, connectivity, but let's get to the guys who are really cleaning up at the moment, the guys who are loving the market in 2021, the brokers. And so we're delighted now to have a panel looking at, can the pre-owned bull run continue? But first, let's have this quick video from Registry Bermuda.
I think what makes us unique is our first-class customer service. We offer unparalleled, seamless, client-focused service. You may have seen our tagline in various advertisements, putting you at the center of everything we do. That is not just a slogan. That is at the core of our business philosophy.
The Bermuda Aircraft Registry. And now let's get the panel of Jay Messenger, Giannini Norelli, Brian Proctor, and Hamish Harding. Can life get any better for brokers? Jay, life's great, isn't it? Oh, Jay, we can't hear you. You might have to take your headphones out, I think. Janine.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Good morning to you. How's business?
Good. Good. Well, okay. So I'm the pessimist optimist. Good, but it could always be better.
Hamish, you're having a great time, even though it's now 3 a.m. for you.
Yeah, business has never been better. It's quite remarkable. I'd like to claim I predicted this, but actually I didn't. I thought it might get rather boring this year after last year's amazing year.
Brian?
We're good. Things are strong. There are some headwinds right now in the marketplace, but in terms of business activity, I can't remember a time where we've been stronger.
What headwinds are you thinking of?
I think that there's some structural things that are happening right now. The availability of pre-buy facilities just to get due diligence done, the available inventory. It's hard to find good airplanes, and while you have a lot of mandates to go out and buy or to sell, if you can't find the inventory, it will become problematic. And so for us, we spend a lot of extra energy trying to be preemptive in the marketplace and with our clients.
Jay? Oh no, Jeff, we still got you. You're not on mute. Okay, we'll have a fiddle. Lewis, I don't know if we can see what's going on with Jay. Jay, do you want to log back in, exit and come back in without your headphones on? That might be the issue. Okay, Janine, Brian's talking about how things are getting hard with pre-buy facilities and inventory. Would you agree with him on the pre-buy? Is it just getting harder and harder to get a deal closed?
Well, my volume of business is probably a little bit different from Brian's, so he probably runs into some frustrations that, I have the luxury a little bit of planning. I will say that the lead time is a bit longer than I expected, though not so unlike some other experience we had in the last year. What's more frustrating is the quoted time with which to complete the pre-buy and the actual time that they complete the pre-buy. Those are often two different things.
Hamish, you're nodding along.
Yes, inventory is certainly causing one of the issues, as Brian says. It is getting increasingly hard to find the aircraft clients need, so we're going further afield. It's quite useful to be further afield to start with. So being in the Middle East and being used to doing business all around the world. So if we have to find the aircraft in Turkmenistan or something, then we're in a reasonably good position to do that. So it's finding the aircraft and then moving very quickly. Another problem, of course, the finance industry has been getting less and less effective at financing things quickly. As somebody was mentioning in one of your earlier panels, the time to finance now is sort of 8 to 10 weeks or something, and that just doesn't work because you need to be grabbing the bargains, if there are any bargains left, pretty quickly, or even just normally priced aircraft. You need to be closing in 4 to 6 weeks, really. So I think there needs to be a new breed of financier who just moves a bit faster.
Yeah, although to be fair to finances, I think it's hard when you're not sitting in a credit committee meeting. When you're doing it by Zoom, it's easier to, and be. Jay, can we hear you now? Jay, I think you try taking the headphone out of your ear and see if that works, the AirPod. Right. Jay, can you hear us? It looks like it's your Wi-Fi.
He's got rolling power outages up there, I bet.
Okay, Brian.
Yeah.
Timing. It's a hot market. Jay, we're going to keep trying to connect you. It looks like a connection issue. Brian, timing. You can't hang around is what everyone's saying at the moment. You'd agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of weeks ago, we were looking at a Gulfstream product. We heard about the airplane coming to market on Friday, or on Thursday. No, it didn't come to market. We analyzed it on Friday. We went and viewed it on Saturday with the client. We made an offer Saturday night. And so that's the type of pace that you have to have in this market in order to find good airplanes. Talking to another broker this week who brought an airplane to market on Monday. The airplane by Tuesday. So it's one of those things where the market is moving really fast. It's interesting that we're starting to see a compression or an upward movement of pricing to some extent. And I think some of the other panels have already talked about that. It's going to be a challenging environment between now and the end of the year, just because there's so much demand, so little inventory, and just the infrastructure, I don't think is going to be able to support what's coming forward.
So you're pretty much saying it's not going to be as good a year for brokers as last year was?
I think it's going to be a great year for brokers. I'm just thinking that every transaction is going to be complex and take much longer than we anticipate. And I think that there are going to be some structural limitations that if they persist, it could actually limit the number of transactions relative to what we saw towards the end of last year.
Janine, I guess the big thing we've been talking about today is in the last 6 months or last 9 months, we've seen individuals come into the market. We haven't really seen corporates yet, have we?
Not to the extent that I think everyone is hopeful that they will return to the market or have in the past, but that's coming. Over the last couple of months, I've spent more time focusing on my corporate clientele and prospects, and the timeline has moved up, certainly as compared to last year. The companies that are looking at renewing aircraft, they usually are on a 5-year cycle here in the United States, and let's say they're now into 6 and 7. The conversations I've had with some director of aviation is that they've gone back to management and they're doing audits or they're preparing for an evaluation of the existing fleet and their uplift, their transportation needs going forward. And they're going in to sell them on the fact that it's time to place an order if we haven't already done so. If we have aging equipment and we're not going to buy new, then we need to look rapidly at what remains in young pre-owned.
Which is the hardest type to get hold of at the moment, Hamish? If it's
there are quite a few that are incredibly hard to get hold of. Nice configuration, even moderately priced Global 6000s are not really there anymore. Legacy 600s, Legacy 650s, Challengers, G450, G550, to some extent G650. They're there, but they're not always the one people want at the right pricing. G4s even are very popular now, G4 SP, G5. We just, like Brian said, we just chased after a G5 and we heard about it on the Friday. We had people there on the Monday and signed a contract on Tuesday. And we took that one to inventory, in fact, because we have customers for G5s, but nobody was able to move fast enough. So we just bought it ourselves. And we're going to refurbish it. And I think people are buying anything that looks nice. It doesn't matter if it needs paint, interior, avionics upgrade. That'll happen later. So yeah, it's quite a remarkable market at the moment.
Jay, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome.
Good. Great.
Jay, we're just talking about what the hot
types are. So you
types
asked me at the beginning, how are things? And I said, hot types, anything you can find. I think that if there's anything that's slowing this year over last year, it's just the time, as Brian said, to get into find the equipment, get into a pre-buy. As Hamish said, get the financing arranged. Everything seems to be a slower supply side issue, whether it's the supply of the aircraft, supply of the pre-buy location, supply of the financing. But the activity is there and remains very, very strong. And so the key word, if somebody hasn't said it yet, is patience. So patience is the key, and being ready to jump. It could be on day 2, it could be on day 90, but you better be ready on day 2, because I know Brian or Janine or Hamish have a client for the same airplane. So we're all looking and battling for the end game.
Janine, are there any types you'd pick out as being particularly attractive, or is it just everything?
Everything at the moment. My focus primarily is in the Falcon marketplace, and extraordinarily tight when you start looking at 900EXs, 900LXs. Okay, we have aircraft coming and going out of the marketplace, but some of those aircraft, even though they get advertised, they're spoken for already. I just brought, for example, a 50EX. I think it checks all the boxes, and I'm advertising it just for the sake of saying I advertised it, because the demand is so strong before we even put it out there that I'll be very surprised if we have it for long.
Okay, I've got a question from Roger Noble. Will scheduled new deliveries by the OEMs open up available opportunities for pre-owned buyers? Jay.
Who do you want to answer? Yeah, well, I think anytime there's a relinquished airplane as a result of the delivery of a new one, you've got a new piece of inventory. So I think that from a corporation standpoint, that's where the only inventory came from corporations in almost all of 2020, were them taking delivery of airplanes they'd ordered a year before and relinquishing a plane. So I think that's going to help. I also think one more thing is going to help. I think as Europe opens up and other places in the world where we might have a desire to import an airplane, we won't have to just deal with inventory in our own universe of the United States. That's going to help.
Yeah, Al, to that point, I think with the new orders, the OEMs did a really good job last year of aligning their order book with what demand look like. And when you factor in fractional buyers and all these other companies that are buying airplanes, I don't think that you're going to see a one-for-one trade-off with airplanes coming from the OEMs. Right now, I feel like that the OEMs are reluctant to boost production. So I think we're going to see same production levels as last year. So it's going to be relatively flat. So even if they produce the same number of airplanes as last year, let's say the number is 500, they're not going to be 500 pre-owned airplanes that are going to come into the market.
Yeah.
And obviously you got first-time buyers on top of that. So there will be some movement with new airplane deliveries, but not enough to satisfy the demand that currently exists.
Yeah, there won't be enough trade-ins to meet the current demand. And I have to say I differ a little bit with Jay on the part of foreign registered aircraft and the ability to import them. I think anyone who's playing in the global marketplace is already assessing what's available overseas. The real challenge is simply the logistical part of it, which can be solved. So I wouldn't say that we all know what's out there, but I think the vast majority of people have a good handle on what's available globally.
Yeah, Janine's right. We've very much done. We've very much moved to Zoom calls now. The first thing you do is Zoom call into Germany or wherever, somewhere you can't get very easily, and see if you like the aircraft on a Zoom call. And then, if necessary, you pay for the aircraft to fly to the customer. And if they don't like it somehow, then you pay to fly it back. They'll have to agree to that to come out of the deposit. But it's working quite well, a Zoom call under LOI, then a contract, and fully refundable, except for the cost of moving the aircraft if they don't like it first time. We're doing that quite a lot at the moment out of places like Europe. Europe is about the worst at the moment in terms of getting in and out to look at aircraft.
Yeah, or you place your bets on the cosmetics, right? Because the technical side is for me, going to be the more important aspect of it. And you factor in a little bit of money to fix cosmetics.
Jay?
And don't forget to ask the important question. Do they smoke in the airplane? So that when it gets there, because you can't smell on a Zoom call.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, very good point. Yeah, that depends on the country, actually. There's an awful lot of countries that are serious smokers, and that's a factor in certain. I won't probably mention the countries, but there are certain that seem to have very high smoking rates.
You've also got to hope that the person filming it hasn't got COVID and can't smell and can smell on your behalf. Brian, so Roger's saying OEM. His second question, which you answered, are OEMs producing the numbers they were in 2019? You say it's going to be similar to 2020. Do you see appetite for OEMs to raise production next year in 2022, or are they still being pretty cautious?
I think that they're being cautious. Most of the OEM order books, except for a couple of models, are about 12 months. I think that in the perfect world, they would be at about 18 months for the OEMs. And so I think that there's going to be a little bit of delay and some conservatism in the way that they behave regarding increasing the order book to their benefit to delay a little bit. I think that they can begin to improve their margins on each individual unit that they sell. And I think that over the long run, it's probably healthy to have about a 12 to 18 month backlog versus a 6 to 12 month.
Jay, do you see any ambition from OEMs to try and now seems like it's such a hot market. I know it takes a long time with the supply chain. I guess the danger is you boost it now, and then in 2 years' time you're just there as things are slowing down.
I think the OEMs are very smart and have great memories, and I don't think any of them want to find themselves in positions that they've been in the past that were very uncomfortable. I also think that that keeping the backlog time, as Brian suggested, allows the pricing to remain better and allows the near-term pre-owned aircraft to retain a little bit better value against new. So I think it's healthy. And I think that to race to increase production just for the sake of an extra few sales will haunt them and the industry.
Janine, going back to 2008 and talking about the last time we had big production, aircraft was selling at a premium. Are we seeing anyone? Yeah, if I've got a delivery on an aircraft this year, can I flip it?
Where's my crystal ball? I don't think yet, but do I think that's coming? I think there are other factors that are going to influence that, and maybe coming back a little bit to headwinds that Brian mentioned, not so much in the purchase process, but let's talk about economic headwinds that I think are still a bit unresolved. We're seeing a little bit of inflationary pressure. My personal opinion is that that will get under control once the supply chain is fully restored. Consumers are not consuming at such a rapid rate. I think that we have to talk about still legislation for tax change here in the United States. And so all those factors are going to come into play. So it's June. It's too early to say that someone has proposed a brand new airplane. Will they pay a premium for it? Too early.
Yeah, Al, to that point, I mean, we are seeing in certain markets a little bit of an uptick in pricing. It feels like to us here that pricing is sort of at that pre-pandemic level. I don't think that we've seen it where it's outstripped where it was in, say, February or January of last year. But we definitely have seen a full recovery from the pandemic. And it's interesting because, you know, we went back and we looked at the kind of the bubble that burst in 03, 04, and we looked at the one in 08 and 09, and respectively, those down cycles were about 11 months and 7 months, respectively. And this one, obviously, 11 quarters and 7 quarters. This one is, in our opinion, is kind of a 2-quarter transition. And it almost feels like to us that there's some sort of cycle time compression in the way that downturns and upticks look. And so, you know, that to me speaks about a little bit more volatility, you know, and I think that some of the financiers have probably already talked about that today. But, you know, we definitely see pricing on pre-owned airplanes kind of pre-pandemic levels, and in some cases maybe extending up beyond that a little bit. And, you know, as the universe opens back up, I think that that's great because, as Jay said, it brings more opportunities for repatriation of airplanes to the U.S. I don't think we factored in if there would be a similar type of uptick for demand in other places of the world for the assets. Then, you know, if we see that type of recovery happen in Europe or the Middle East or South America or Asia, then there's going to be a significant shortage of airplanes in the marketplace.
Which I feel, you know, I'm not sure you were around 6 hours ago, but there was that feeling that it's coming, you know, that it is coming in Asia, that it is coming in the Middle East. In Australia, you know, which is closed for another 12 months. You know, the first session we were talking about how there's a lot of demand coming and people are buying aircraft and want to buy aircraft. So do you feel, Brian, that we're not far away from appreciation? You know, this is probably the first time in 12 years that you've had asking price aircraft going at asking price?
I think that we are really close to seeing some appreciation happen. And I think it's going to be hard for the appraisers. I think it's going to be hard for the banks. You know, I mean, if you think about after 2008, 2009, you know, and to Jay's point, everybody has long memories. You know, aircraft residuals changed dramatically from that period, during that period of time. And, you know, no longer do we think of 3 to 4%, but we think of 8 to 10% in terms of annual depreciation. I think that we're going to see that change over the next coming quarters. Just because there's so much demand in the system right now. I don't see where pricing can't do anything but go up right now.
And Jay, you're right about long memories, but if you're a bank and you've got a target to meet and there aren't that many transactions, it's natural to go, well, maybe we'll bid a bit more on this one.
Well, I think the banks and the lenders can sometimes have the shortest memory and can get back to places where they put themselves at risk. And I think we have to be careful that we drink the Kool-Aid sparingly, because I think that there are a lot of factors that could change the demand and the supply equation. And if you're a seller and you've got somebody that you think can complete a transaction, and not everybody that calls and says they want to buy a plane today is really a good buyer that can complete a transaction. So as a seller, be careful. Don't say, oh, well, I'm going to raise the price. That was too easy. And I think we should just all approach this cautiously, because what goes up comes down. and I think that we could misjudge where up is. I wrote an article years ago about flat is the new up. And so when you see quarter after quarter of prices not necessarily going down, you could certainly argue that that's up. But I just think we ought to, as an industry, be careful, because we could also, by the way, with the discussion of too much demand and prices going up, drive the buyer back to the fence and have them say, well, this isn't the time. And all of a sudden we've affected our own demand by scaring a buyer that it's the wrong time to get in.
Okay, that's great. I think, sorry. Brian, did you want to say something?
No, good.
Well, I was going to say that Jay's right that there could be some factors down the road that cause a bit of a hiccup. If, for example, the accelerated depreciation disappears at the year end, I haven't heard whether that's likely or not. We weren't even sure it was going to carry on to this year, in America, that is, and America is half the world's business jets, so it has such an effect on the rest of the world. But if that goes away at the end of the year, it could have two effects. One, a particularly large bubble in November and December as people take advantage of the final 100% depreciation, and then a bit of a hangover next year. So that could affect. Also, there's we're very much Gulfstream orientated in Action Aviation, and the G700 will gradually come into play next year as a factor, and the year after, which could mean a lot more G650s, G550s coming available for trade-in. So that could also affect the upside on some of the high-end models.
I've got a question from Nilesh Patanyayak. Janine, this is for you. With the level of market demand and lack of inventory, are we seeing real-time upward adjustment of aircraft values? We've done that. This is the question from him. Are you actively working with OEMs to move buyers into new aircraft or OEM pre-owned trade-in aircraft?
I'm actively working with my clients for the best choice. And if the choice that best suits their needs is a new aircraft, then certainly we'll reach out to the OEM and help facilitate that conversation and assist the client in the selection. There are some OEMs that I speak more frequently with than others. I don't think there's any shortage of prospects for them. I mean, I want to come back to two elements that exist that cause me to be more relaxed about the marketplace we're in and for the foreseeable future. One of them is still the fact that the fleet as a whole has aged. And so even if we just look at normal demand over the last 10 years, and there's an appetite for aircraft that are relatively young, particularly financial institutions, when they start looking at what is the age of an aircraft at term, we have diminished supply. And it's only going to get worse for the foreseeable future. So while there's this demand that exists and the rest of the world opens up and starts looking to buy, there's going to be a real crunch on supply. And I think that's sustainable into the new year. The other thing is U.S. corporate has not returned in force to buying, and that's going to be a game changer also.
Brian, are you talking to OEMs a lot at the moment?
Yeah, we're doing a lot of new acquisitions right now at the moment. I think this year we've probably done $250 or $300 million of new acquisitions. So we've been busy on that front. And part of it is because of available supply of pre-owned, part of it is because of new products that are being introduced. But we're actively talking to all the OEMs right now.
Hamish, we're talking a lot about headwinds, tailwinds. Is there anything which is getting you very excited that things could get even better?
Well, the short term, the end of year 100% depreciation in the US spilling over around the rest of the world is the one I'm seeing at the moment in quarter 4. Maybe people will anticipate it this year as they didn't last year. We did a lot of transactions after Christmas, in fact. So I suspect that the rush will start a bit earlier to catch the depreciation. So I'm thinking quarter 3 looks quite interesting from here. But the ones that we're seeing most of in the international field are the aircraft that are coming out of their heavy checks. So Gulfstreams, Challengers, Legacies at the 2012-13 level, where they've just gone through their 8-year check. Globals 2010-11 that have just gone through the 10-year check. and those kind of things, because people really don't want the risk of a 2, 3, 4 month heavy check and $500,000, 2 million in the case of globals risk. So those are in huge demand, and sellers are best in many ways to do the heavy check. In fact, we're often finding that we've just completed one 96-month check ourselves as part of the transaction. We bought an aircraft, resold it with a 96 done. And so I think there's more, if you add the maintenance into an aircraft, it's the one everybody wants at the moment, the fresh heavy.
Okay, Ryan DeMoore's just commented that bonus depreciation will run through to 2022 and then have a 20% step down per year until 2027. And this is in capitals if nothing changes.
Useful,
Jay,
yeah.
What's your prediction for the rest of the year? Is there any way that the fourth quarter can be as busy as it was last year?
If there's inventory, absolutely, I think it could be as busy. I think that some of the balance will change. I think that potentially some of the first-time buying might slow down a bit, because a lot of it was driven, frankly, by COVID and the reluctance to go on the airline. So there may be a bit less of that. But at the same time, we're looking forward to the corporations coming back in, and we've already done several transactions this year, more than we did at the last several quarters of 2020, with corporations who are coming in and buying pre-owned or relinquishing pre-owned. So I think it could be. I think the mix could be different, but I'm excited about the activity.
Brian, the sharp focused will notice that you have Aquila Ventures and Mente Group as your company title, your company. Do you want to explain a little bit more to people who haven't followed the big change you've had in the last month?
Yeah, it's been an exciting time here for sure. We last month announced that we sold interest in Mente Group and partnering with a private equity company out of Omaha to grow and expand not only Mente's capabilities, but their capabilities in aviation. So we've effectively set up a private equity fund for investments in the business aviation space. So Mente has been contributed to Aquila. Our partners contributed their management company, Millbrook Aviation, into Aquila. And we're actively, right now, looking at growing and expanding both those companies, and then looking for other investments across the board. So it's an exciting time. We've got more than enough to do right now, and it's been fun to see how not only the market has responded to it, but our team and the way that we're gelling in this new environment. It's been it's been exciting to say the least.
Jay, you've obviously followed this. Are you talking to private equity now about selling messenger jet sales?
You broke up just as you said that. I've been following. What about messenger jet sales?
Are you actively looking for private equity? Is messenger jet sales on the market?
No, it's hard enough to look for inventory, much less private equity. Honestly, we have a lovely family business that is sustainable and will go on in this realm this way, unless of course somebody knocks on the door today. But we're not out. And I commend Brian. And Brian, I've always sat with you either on a bus going to or from a convention center or a static and talked about it and leaned over the seat and said, Brian, you really think that could happen? So I congratulate you. I'm proud of you.
And Brian, we had a great session earlier with Nick Faziloli from Jefferies about and predicting operator consolidation. Are you looking at broker consolidation?
We're looking at broker consolidation. We're looking at FBO, MRO. We're looking at data. We're looking at operators. So we've got a lot of things that we're looking at right now.
Would you like to buy Action Aviation or Janine Paragon?
Well, I'm going to call one of these guys after this call, especially Jay.
Yeah, I think it sounds like a great move, Brian, especially the line of credit to do inventory, which is certainly a paradigm at the moment. The thing we've had an issue with in the past is operational. When we've been operational, we've had some quite big operations in the past, and we did big helicopter air ambulance projects and that sort of thing. It's really actually distracted us. I suspect your challenge is going to be remaining transaction focused, which is really where the big bucks are. and staying on being as responsive to transactions. The big challenge we found when we went to operational was when there's an AOG situation, a client screaming about his aircraft being on the ground, all the management divert into that. And for a bit, you're solving the operational problem, and the top guy has to talk to the billionaire and placate him about why his aircraft's not flying at that moment. Whereas you really need to be focused entirely on the transactions for your other clients who are buying and selling. I suspect you'll probably handle that very well with management teams, but that was a problem we faced many years ago.
Yeah, we invested a lot at Mente over the last couple of years in building out our team. And so I don't want to say that it runs, without my involvement, because that's job security for me. But we've got a really good team, and they do an exceptional job at working with our clients and dealing with the issues. And on the Millbrook side, we've invested in their team as well, and we're going to continue to make those investments. And really, this industry is about people, and it's a niche industry, and there are a lot of great people out there, and we're actively recruiting in a lot of different ways. I mean, we had a meeting yesterday, and I think we're actively looking at somewhere between 7 and 10 positions that we're going to be adding right away. And so, what I would anticipate is that, we'll see client delivery going up on the Mente side, and we're going to build the infrastructure and leadership on the Millbrook side to make sure that we've got teams that can do that, so that we can stay focused on the investment criteria of Aquila and growing and expanding that platform.
Janine, you've spent some of the last year cleaning out your office and going back over old files and documents. Looking back, do you think the broker market's consolidated at all in the time you've been in the industry?
A little. I mean, you've certainly seen some changeover, but as I went back through all these old files, I saw some of the same names. And they just resurface as a different company name, or they've moved to a different organization. So there's been consolidation, but not attrition.
The thing about business aviation is the faces don't change, just the business cards. We've got a question from Nilesh again. Are you seeing, this is a great one to end on, are you seeing the business aircraft ownership base genuinely widening with more concept buyers? And which category are you seeing most concept buyers in? Jay?
Probably light to medium jets, and that growth has come from the first-time buyer segment. So yeah, I think and it's a great thing. I always say when a first-time buyer comes in, pilots get hired, hangars get rented, insurance policies get sold, completion centers get booked up. So the whole industry wins when a new person comes in.
Brian?
Al, you asked a couple seconds ago to Hamish about the tailwinds that are in the market. I think one of the better tailwinds right now is that over the last year and a half, we've realized as kind of a worldwide community that private aviation has a real space in the marketplace. And I think that there's more acceptance of private aviation in general as a form of lift relative to airlines than there's ever been. So I think that's going to cause more and more people to come into the space. And when you see companies like XO and Wheels Up, and where they're offering lower cost entry points, I think that we'll see over time that those users will grow. I think it's nothing but positive for the industry, and so it's that balancing act. It feels like we're sort of one negative press release away from everything stopping, but at the same time, it feels like that hundreds, if not thousands, of people are flooding into the industry every year. So I'm optimistic about where we're going to go, and I'm excited about that. But there are a lot of policy question marks right now that could impact us in the short run.
Janine?
I mean, I'd just be echoing what Jay and Brian have already said, so I wholeheartedly agree. I think one thing to keep in mind, though, is we don't take our focus off the need to further evolve, and ESG is a big concern. Well, not a big concern, but a sharper focus on that and more information. And I think we all have an obligation to continue to focus on ESG, sustainability in particular. When I talk to prospective new buyers, when I do a lot of, I should say I do a lot of advocacy work, and I do a lot of presentations to youth groups, and it's interesting to hear. They're all excited about our industry, but they always finish with that question about how green is our industry and where are we going with that?
And we have a fantastic panel coming up next on advocacy with NBAA, NATA, and EBAA. And then we've got a great session on green. So thank you for trailing that. Hamish, final word. Are you seeing new buyers? Are they still got
yes.
we run out?
No, absolutely. We're getting probably 2 or 3 a week coming in, inquiring, who've never had an aircraft before. And we in our international world, we get some very long-range aircraft requests up front as their first aircraft. So we're seeing medium to large very significantly around the world. Our challenge is going to be finding the right staff. We've already grown to 17 people, probably not so much as Brian is growing, but we're already at 17. We're looking for more staff around the world in sales positions. So, and our partner network is the key. Now I think it's a question of these sort of events are so important, Alasdair, because it's all about partners. People have the other side of the deal you need. They know this off-market aircraft. It's just a question of knowing enough people in the industry to find the off-market aircraft at the right moment. So these events are even more important than they used to be, I feel.
Brian was nodding away because they're now at 170. Thanks so much to everyone. We really appreciate it.
Could have more wine tasting. Maybe more wine tasting events to do the networking. There was a certain lack of wine tasting on this one, wasn't there, Alasdair?
We're making up for it at CGI Miami. Thank you so much to everyone on the panel. If you'd like to network, Stonebriar is now arranging it. You click out to the lobby, go networking, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you so much to all our speakers, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
We're trying to set a world record.
It's the fastest time ever to go from one place on the Earth, over both poles and back to the same point on the Earth, all in under 48 hours.
Calling themselves One More Orbit, their goal is to complete the fastest circumnavigation of the Earth via the North and South Poles in a business jet. And they're live streaming the whole thing.
We need to go far and fast. To fly around the Earth is a major undertaking. It's not something you can do by yourself.
What we were achieving was something that has never been achieved before.
The real challenge is making sure the refuels work very, very quickly.
The pit stops.
You could lose a huge amount of time if your refuel was too slow. There are no divert airfields in Antarctica in the midwinter.
Is this mission so important to me that I am happy to risk my life?
1 hour! 1 hour to take off!
And I'm such a tech nerd that yes it is.
One of the problems with being an astronaut is that your bucket list gets too long, and there are so many beautiful places on the planet that you want to see.
This is a beautiful business jet, except normally you don't live in an airplane.
Do you remember when we got ice cream on board ISS?
Yes.
We chose the Kennedy Space Center as the location for our launch, where Apollo left from 50 years ago.
I didn't even know satellites could do this.
I figured you must have some engineer and some really good technical people even to make the Wi-Fi work.
One More Orbit, our Gulfstream G650ER is not going to slow down for anybody. Okay, so this guy is going to press him up.
Yannicka and Magdalena are probably the only 2 living females on the planet that have circumnavigated the poles.